Tennessee has been hard hit. So maybe it would be a good thing for individuals in those communities that are down near the border who cannot get baby formula at the grocery store to be able to use some of that excess supply that is sitting at the southern border.
I see. I just want to read the statement because CBP did put out a statement. They didn't deny some of those claims, but they essentially said they take seriously its legal responsibility to ensure the safety and security of individuals in their custody. Let's go to the baby formula shortage at large. You're suggesting a type of Operation Warp Speed movement to get baby formula back on the shelves. Are you concerned, though, that if this persists even further, that American babies are going to starve, they're going to be malnourished, and this will go well into November?
As I mentioned, Tennessee is one of the states that has been hardest hit by this, and no one wants to see any baby go without food and nourishment. It is absolutely heartbreaking. And right now we have 2 babies in the hospital in Tennessee because they've not been able to get the formula that they need. Sometimes when there are digestive and intestinal issues with infants, they have to have a particular type formula. And what we would hope is that this administration would get government agencies and the private sector together, and they would say, how do we put in place waivers that would allow Canada, the EU, the UK to immediately ship formula into the US? How do we get the plant in Michigan back open that is producing many of these formulas that are needed for babies? It would be an Operation Warp Speed type gesture, but this is a problem that needs to be solved immediately. It's a little bit concerning that the White House knew about this last fall. They say they started working on the issue in February. They are yet to come forward with a deliverable that is going to ease this situation. It is difficult for parents. It is difficult for babies. It is just absolutely heart-wrenching to talk to some of these parents who cannot find the formula. They have family members in other parts of the country going out searching for formula and FedExing it to the family so that they have it. We ought to be able to solve this issue, and it is imperative that the White House step up and solve this problem.
Yeah, and some of your colleagues and critics of the administration have essentially said that Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary at the time, said the Biden administration has been working on this. Like you mentioned, that Abbott plant closed in February. The president was then asked about it on the tarmac when he was traveling. He said if we had been mind readers. So that there are some contradictory claims there from the White House about when they knew that this problem existed and how long they've been focused on trying to rectify it. But going forward, do you think the Defense Production Act needs to be implemented to get the baby formula on the shelves?
That is another option. Defense production, Operation Warp Speed. The goal is to solve this problem immediately so that these little babies have what they need.
Okay, and so we were speaking to Senator Blackburn before this announcement from President Biden today. They are indeed invoking the Defense Production Act to speed up and ramp up production of baby formula, directing firms to prioritize and allocate the production as well. But it was a wide-ranging conversation. That's a LiveNOW look at Capitol Hill at the moment. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on this Wednesday night. It's been a busy Wednesday night. I just want to update you on what both President Biden and Vice President Harris were up to. We heard and saw President Biden today meeting with emergency management officials, Coast Guard officials, FEMA officials to talk about upcoming hurricane season. Remember, hurricane season starts, I believe, on June 1st. It goes through November 30th. And so he was meeting with officials there to discuss the federal response or what it's going to be. We also saw Vice President Harris today. She was giving the commencement address there at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy's commencement ceremony. So just wanted to update everyone on where President Biden and Vice President Harris were today. Well, that's going to do it for our live coverage here on Live Now from Fox as we go into these overnight hours. We have a lot of great content. We're going to start off with what everyone's talking about, these high gas prices. Remember today, the first day ever in history that all 50 states on average for a gallon of gas over $4 in all 50 states. Here in Phoenix, it's very expensive, but the national average, $4.52. That is also the highest in some time. We're going to hear now from Senate Republicans about what they expect President Biden to do about this to bring these prices down. Have a good night.
So we're here today to talk about what everybody's talking about, and that is record high gas prices. And whether you're here in Washington, D.C., or whether you are up north in Alaska, everyone is seeing the impact. For 9 days now, we have seen the national average of our gas prices above the highest ever levels. If that doesn't get folks' attention, I'm not quite sure what will. I come from a state where, yeah, we're an energy producer. We recognize that, but yet we pay some of the highest energy costs in the country. And right now, our gas prices are the 6th highest in the country. Statewide, regular gas has increased by more than 50% over last year. It's actually been 52%. As of yesterday, Alaska's statewide average was $5 a gallon. This is the highest ever average in our state. And again, we're used to somewhat high prices, but when it's on average over $5 in places like Anchorage and Fairbanks, think about what that means to our rural communities. Over 80% of our communities are not connected by road. So fuel comes in by barge, fuel comes in by air. In Fort Yukon, up the Yukon River, gas is $7.25 a gallon. Up in Noatak, just above the Arctic Circle, it's a stunning $11 a gallon. And so think about what that means. It's not just what you're paying when you fill up your car. It's everything else that is associated with it. If you're a fisherman in Cordova, Alaska, we had a conversation with a fisherman who said that last year at this time, he fueled up his boat, paid $2,500 to fuel up his vessel to go out and fish for black cod. This year, same time 1 year later, he paid exactly double. He paid $5,000 to fuel his vessel. In the meantime, the costs for food and for his crew have gone up by 10%, and the cost for insurance has gone up by 30%. What hasn't gone up is the prices that he's paid for his black cod. So you look at this, and this is absolutely unsustainable. It's not just the price that you're paying at the pump, it's what you're paying to keep your homes warm. In Noatak, where again, you've got pretty high oil prices, think about what that means for your home heating fuel. $1,200 a month. How is any of this sustainable? How can you have sustainable communities? So we're now at a very exciting time in our state's calendar. It's spring. Spring brings the a breakup along the river system, and the ice goes out in the Sound. But it's equally exciting because that's when the barges come. So you haven't had fuel since the fall. So think about what that means to these communities, whether you're Fort Yukon at $7.25 a gallon or Noatak at $11 a gallon. And you're now locked into a spring fuel barge delivery where they're anticipating that the increases will be $1.50, but not just $1.50 that you're transitioning into, but you flip the switch on that now. These are the everyday realities that people are facing. So you can't afford to fuel your boat to go fishing. You can't afford to put fuel into a snow machine or a four-wheeler to go hunting. So this is real. This is real. Now you're going to hear my colleagues talk a lot about the prices in their state, which are impacting the people that they represent. But Alaskans are saying, all right, we're dealing with this right now. What are you doing in Washington, D.C. to address all of this? They want to know, what's the plan here? Right now, we've got an administration whose plan is to blame anybody but them and their policies. They're quick to blame it all on Putin. Yes, there is a war. Yes, we recognize that. But these price increases started long before Putin crossed into Ukraine. This is not something where you can just blame big oil and go after price gouging. This is not something where you can attack others when it is failed policies that this administration has put in place. It really comes down to basic supply and demand. And we know that supply matters and domestic supply matters. If we're not learning anything from Ukraine and Russia and what we're seeing in Eastern Europe, domestic supply matters. So the Biden administration needs to reverse its anti-supply actions. It needs to take its bad ideas off the table. It needs to restart our development programs. It needs to start approving crucial projects that deliver greater supply. It's a pretty simple choice here. We can pick Alaska over Iran. We can pick Wyoming over Venezuela. So it's pretty easy here. My colleagues are going to have a great deal more to say about this, so I will turn to the senator from Wyoming, the ranking member of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, who's been leading on these issues for a long time. Senator Brasso.
Thanks, Lisa. So today, for the 9th day in a row, energy prices in America, the price at the pump has hit an all-time high, $4.56 a gallon. There's the comparison today than the day when Joe Biden took office, when it was $2.38 a gallon. There's not a single state in the country where gas is under $4 a gallon today. And in Wyoming, where people drive the most miles per capita than any other state in the country, people are feeling it particularly hard. And Joe Biden seems to be willing and committed to keeping the cost of energy high for the American people for the foreseeable future. Otherwise, why does he continue to choke and strangle energy production in America? Just last week, he canceled 3 major lease sales for exploration for oil and gas in the United States. Just canceled them. You know, he can't have it both ways. One day last week, he has said it was Putin's price hike, and the very next day, he canceled these lease sales. The American people see through this. They understand this. Joe Biden has lost all credibility in terms of his ability to deal with inflation, with the cost of energy. And the American people have lost all confidence in this president to relieve the pain at the pump. When people drive by a gas station, a convenience store, and they see the price right up there on the sign, and you see prices like that, people wince, because they know for sure that that means they're going to have less money left over for food, for clothing, or to do things with their kids. And what's the president decided to do? Well, he's come up with a gimmick to release 1 million barrels a day of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It's done nothing to relieve the pain at the pump. But it has made us more vulnerable. I mean, that energy is there in case of a true emergency. And it may not be there with the way he's continuing to release 1 million barrels a day all the way up until Election Day. The American people know we have the energy in the ground, and Joe Biden will not let us get it out. And why won't he let it get out? Well, because he is so beholden to the climate extremists. That's the altar at which he worships. So it is no surprise that the American people think we are going to pay high prices for a long, long time to come. And it's the reason that 3 out of 4 Americans today say our country is headed in the wrong direction.
Someone showed me a Facebook post yesterday, and the poster commented, my neighbor is so excited. He just filled up his gas tank for 28 bucks. The bad news is it was his lawnmower. And I think that kind of reflects the sentiments in America today. Not just gasoline prices, but inflation. And it is a serious problem for lower middle income and poor Americans. For upper middle income and higher Americans, this inflation led by gasoline prices may cause them to have to choose between Amazon Prime and Netflix. But for our less fortunate Americans, it's a choice between filling up their car or paying their rent or buying the food. It's no mystery why we're having this inflation in gasoline. When your demand remains constant or it increases and your supply shrinks, you're going to see price increases every single time. Why is supply shrinking? Well, I think the main reason, there are other reasons, but I think the main reason has to do with President Biden's energy policy. We know now, after 14 months, that President Biden's energy policy is wind, solar, and wishful thinking. The American economy is the most powerful economy in all of human history. It can't run without energy. 80% of our energy comes from fossil fuels. Someday that will be lower, but that day is not here. And gasoline markets and oil markets are like every other market. They don't just, the price does not just reflect the current situation. Markets are forward-looking. The price of gasoline today and the price of oil and natural gas also reflects what people who produce the product and who buy the product think about the future. And there's no question that they look ahead under the Biden administration and see that they expect the Biden administration to continue to do everything it can to bankrupt the oil and gas industry. And I know the Biden administration will respond by saying, oh, Kennedy, we're producing more oil today and natural gas in America than we ever have. But once again, these markets are not just today, looking at today, they are they're forward looking. And that's just basic economics 101. I'll give you one example quickly. The president says, I'm not against oil and gas. All you have to do is look at his proposed new rules for the National Environmental Policy Act, the proposed rules for NEPA. Take a good look at a pipeline, because you won't see another one in America if these rules pass. You can't produce, certainly, natural gas without pipelines. So, thank you for being here.
Iowa is a very rural state, and many of the folks that live in our small town communities do have to commute. They have to commute to get to their jobs. And the cost of fuel today is really putting a strain on those individuals that are just trying to get out there and do their jobs. We have seen this all across the United States, but in Iowa in particular, we hit an all-time high this past week, the highest fuel has ever been in history in the state of Iowa, and our diesel fuel is even worse. So when you look at $4.50 or so for gasoline, we have diesel now that's over $5 a gallon. And this is the spring planting season in Iowa, and our equipment runs on diesel. And so when you look at the cost of the inputs that our farmers have, a lot of that falls on the fertilizer shortage. A heck of a lot of it falls on the fuel prices, you know, and then it is driving up every part of our economy. We rely on transportation to get goods from point A to point B, and the fuel costs are wrapped up in those goods. With inflation, the fuel costs, all of our families are paying $5,200 more this year for the same goods and services that they paid for last year. It's really hard on folks across Iowa. This crisis, it's self-inflicted. You've heard my colleagues talk about what we can do as a United States and what the administration should be doing. First and foremost, let's unleash American energy. We have the capabilities, we have the skills, and we have the resources right here in the United States to be energy independent. We shouldn't be subjected to these prices. Iowans should not be subjected to these prices. So I am encouraging the administration to get out there, rethink their dependence upon this deranged climate policy, really do the right thing for Americans, put Americans to work. Let's use our own natural resources here. So this hurt, it's going to keep going, and unless President Biden decides to do something different. And I pray that he does, because it is destroying our rural communities.
Well, we have the highest number of illegal border crossers in history last month. We have a 40-year high in inflation. We have families that can't get access to baby formula. And for the 9th consecutive day in a row, we hit the highest gasoline prices in the history of our country. To put some context in this, I feel somewhat guilty talking to some of the other states on this, because when we were gathering here in this same room a month ago, this is a comparison of the pictures that I showed you a month ago. This is in El Reno, Oklahoma. El Reno, Oklahoma, you can get gas a month ago for $3.95. As of this week, it's $4.34. And that's cheap for a lot of other areas of the country and what they're experiencing. Listen, this frustration that we have is this White House does this all the time right now, constantly on energy production. That their focus is, we want more energy, we want more energy. And then when they ask for permits, if they ask for leases, if they ask for permission to do seismic tests offshore, they say no, no, no. So publicly, they're saying one thing, and then privately, they're saying to the producer something very different. What does that really look like in real life? Well, the administration, as they shut off seismic studies in the Gulf of Mexico, they can say, well, the leases are out there, but you actually can't go drill because you can't do the seismic work. So instead, the president will go to Iowa and will say, we're going to increase ethanol production. And then the very same week, the president steps up and says, we're going to release 1 million barrels of oil a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Well, Mr. President, you announced that March the 31st. And March the 31st, when you made the announcement, we're going to release 1 million barrels of oil a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, average price was $4.22. Now, we're hitting record highs, well above that. Listen, this constant rolling piece that we see is the constant increase of prices based on the administration saying they don't want more supply, but they actually want prices to go down. That's not how it works. This week, in fact, just yesterday, we had a hearing with some of the folks from Canada and some of the energy producers from Canada and some of the Canadian government officials. And they were astounded that just months ago, President Biden announced that we need to get more oil into the United States. And so he went to Russia and to OPEC and encouraged them to produce more oil. When the Canadians were saying, we have ready oil available right next door. But for whatever reason, the administration doesn't want Canadian oil and is discouraging the production of American oil, all the while saying, I wish the prices would go down. At the same time, we've got investors doing this ESG, like BlackRock and others, that are actually trying to cut off access to capital for oil and gas companies that need access to capital to actually do the drilling and the operation. They're making the capital more expensive because of the ESG standard that they put out there. Listen, Americans feel this. This is what real life looks like every single day for Oklahomans when they're trying to figure out how I'm going to buy groceries and all the different effects that they're actually feeling. When Oklahomans ask me, why are prices up so high, I can point to this every time. Because the price of diesel is up, that means every single product that we buy that's transported on a diesel truck all just went up in price. The price of all shipping went up. The price of all ag products just went up because every single tractor fuel price went up, skyrocketed. So we're feeling the effects on every single area of the economy because President Biden is unwilling to deal with the base of our economy, that's energy prices.
So the average price of a gallon of gasoline across the country now, $4.56 a gallon. It just keeps going up. How much higher is it going to go? There isn't a single state in the country now where gasoline is less than $4 a gallon. And if you want to buy diesel, add another $1 on top for a gallon of diesel. So North Dakota, my state, is a big energy producing state. But we're also a big ag state. Now think about what those prices mean for our farmers who are just now getting out in the field. Not only the fuel, the gasoline, the diesel that they need to run their tractors or other equipment, but fertilizer. Look at what that's done, because fertilizer is very energy intensive, right? Okay, so not only is their fuel much higher, now their fertilizer, if they can even get it, that's much higher too. That puts a huge burden on the people that produce our food supply every single day. And that's not just a burden on our farmers and ranchers. What does that translate into? Well, our farmers and ranchers produce the highest quality, lowest cost food supply in the world that every single American benefits from every single day. But when they have those increased energy costs caused by the Biden administration's energy policies, that affects every single American every single day because it's in the food supply, right? So when you look at inflation, a huge component of inflation across the board in every product is that energy cost. And it's because the Biden administration has put the handcuffs on our energy producers, whether it's restricting things like Keystone XL pipeline or restricting our ability to build gas gathering systems so we don't have to flare natural gas, right? Instead, we can get it to market, whether it's putting a moratorium on federal lands, onshore and offshore. And oh, by the way, then he says, well, we're going to reverse that, but he only opens up 20%, but he raises the royalty rate, and then he stops actual leases. He just stopped a lease in Alaska. He just stopped leasing in the Gulf of Mexico. So that moratorium continues, but then the Biden administration says, well, no, just produce the leases you have. Well, the problem there is they're holding up the permits and the ability to produce those leases because of the blizzard of regulations and in the courts. So those leases then can't be produced either. So it's the regulatory burden they put out there as well. And then it not only affects us in terms of our economy, it's a national security issue. Our inability to permit LNG facilities means we can't get natural gas to our allies in Europe, in Western Europe. And so that what? That makes them dependent on Russia at the very time that we're working to fight against, to support Ukraine in their fight against Russian aggression. So it's not only an economic imperative that affects every American every day, it's a national security imperative. We need a change in this energy policy. We need a change in this energy policy right now for all those reasons and more. And that's why it's incumbent on all of us and people across this country to stand up and say, all right, Biden administration, enough of this. Enough of this. Quit telling us that you're trying to help us with this inflation problem when you continue to restrict our ability to produce energy in this country.
Well, thank you all for being here, and I think that you can hear the frustrations in everybody's voices, and also I think we've done an excellent job of framing the issue, and we don't have to do it too much because it gets framed to us every weekend. I come from West Virginia. We drive everywhere. We drive to school. We drive to work. We drive to the grocery store. We drive to church. We drive to see our families. We drive to see our friends. I mean, we are rural America where cars are the only way to get to the places that you need to be. And so I think what people want to hear is, I get it, that you understand that gas has gone up in West Virginia today. I think it was $4.34. It's now nationally $4.56 up. They want to see somebody take responsibility, and the president is the one who said when he was first elected, I'll take responsibility instead of blaming others. And honestly, all he's done in this instance, something that hits everybody every day in their pocketbook, is blame everybody else. He blames Vladimir Putin. He blames COVID. He blames even American businesses. And if you just even look and try to deflect his reasoning on who he blames, you can see that the prices were escalating well before Vladimir Putin ever invaded Ukraine. They've been escalating for a year before we even heard him talk about it with any kind of meaningful discussion. So, you know, we have these high gas prices. We know that the solutions are there, and we've heard folks talk about it. I know Lisa on the Energy Committee has worked hard on unleashing the American entrepreneurship and the American energy. Certainly, I come from an energy state as well that can be a contributor to help bring America back to that energy security and those and the security of families knowing what their obligations are going to be when they fill up their car. So I was actually in my driveway, and I was going to take a walk, and this a guy in a truck is driving by, stops. This is a true story. His name's Craig, and he tells me that he has to fill his truck up every day, and it costs him $140 to fill his truck up every single day. It's diesel. I said, well, what was it before? What was it before all these prices went up? $60. So it's basically almost 2.5 times now for him to fill up. And it's gone up probably even more since we had the conversation over the last weekend. So it's time for the president to take responsibility that's actually going to result in pulling together and lowering these gas prices. So I would say we have heard from West Virginians. I know you all are hearing from people on your websites. I just brought a few with me. I went past a gas station today in Huntington. Gas is now $4.25, so this is obviously a little probably dated to last week. A gallon food is going up. Utilities are going up. I'm a senior, and I'm barely making it. Senior citizen, Huntington, West Virginia. Quote, this is a father and a husband in Wellsburg, which is the very tippy top of our state. I fear before summer I will literally be choosing which to pay. Fuel for my vehicle, or food for the table for myself, my wife, and my 2 small children. And then lastly, a woman in Fayetteville, which is right near our new national park, I would encourage you to visit, says with the increase in gas and diesel, everything else increases. It doesn't seem that anyone in Washington cares. So I would ask the president to take responsibility and make sure that our friend in Fayetteville, West Virginia knows that we care and work on this very, very deep and expensive gas crisis that we're seeing in front of our American public. Thank you. Thanks, Lisa.
Harry Truman famously had on his desk a plaque that said, "The buck stops here." Joe Biden seems to have replaced that plaque with instead the phrase, "The buck stops with Putin," because nothing is Joe Biden's fault. Well, I'll tell you what, the little stickers on gas pumps all across the country illustrate the American people know exactly whose fault this is. This was deliberate. This isn't an accident. This isn't an unintended side effect. This is exactly what Joe Biden promised he would do, and it's what he's done. If you look at when Biden was sworn in, gas nationally was $2.09 a gallon. On that first day, what does Biden do? He cancels the Keystone Pipeline. Boom, day one. What does he do after that? January 27th, a week later. He halts all new oil and gas leases on federal land, both onshore and offshore. Federal land, onshore and offshore, comprises roughly 25% of U.S. oil and gas production. Next, February 19th, he rejoins the Paris Climate Agreement. Notice what's happening to the price. Next, May 7th, 2021, Biden takes 30% of land off limits to oil and gas. Price keeps going up. June 1st, he halts drilling in ANWR, the incredibly petroleum-rich section of Alaska with vast reserves, very small portion of Alaska, he shuts it down. Price keeps going up. June 30th. Congress reverses the Trump natural gas regulations. October 7th. Biden reverses the Trump NEPA regulations. October 29th, Interior begins the, quote, social cost of carbon designed, again, to drive gas prices up. November 15th, a moratorium on oil drilling in the Chaco Canyon. And then February 24th, Russia invades Ukraine. By the way, Biden is trying to blame Putin for the increase. And listen, Putin bears some responsibility for that increase, but he doesn't bear responsibility for all of this. All of this happened before Putin invaded Ukraine. March 1st, Biden releases oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. March 21st, the SEC proposes an anti-oil rule. Let's shut off equity. By the way, you combine that with the banking regulators that Biden put forth, who are trying to shut off debt. So if you have no equity for drilling oil and gas, and you have no debt for drilling oil and gas, you know what that means? You have no money for drilling oil and gas. And what happens is the price keeps going up and up and up. And then May 12th, Biden cancels the remaining lease sales. This is decision after decision after decision designed to cause the price to go from $2.09 to $4.48 a gallon on average. Just yesterday, I led a letter with 19 of my Senate colleagues to Biden's Secretary of Commerce, asking her to stop slow-walking permits for oil and gas exploration in the Gulf of Mexico. Gulf of Mexico has massive reserves. At its peak, produced roughly 2 million barrels a day. And yet the Biden administration is slow-walking permits at every stage. This is deliberate. It's not an accident. It's the radical Green New Deal politics, because Joe Biden believes if gas is $5 a gallon or $6 a gallon or $10 a gallon, that if he imposes enough pain on working men and women, if he has enough moms that have to spend $100 to fill their minivan, if he has enough guys that are spending $150 to fill their truck, that eventually everyone will have this epiphany and get rid of that truck or get rid of that minivan, and everyone will go buy an electric car. And he's willing to make the American people suffer because of his political agenda. This is wrong. It's cynical. It's abusive. It's cruel. It's hurting the most vulnerable in our country. And it's all deliberate.
Thank you. As I go around Arkansas, the number one thing that I hear is inflation. This is why it's not magic. This is why President Biden in the latest polling is at 38%. If you poll him on how he's handling inflation, it's much, much, much lower than that. It's not just about gasoline. Certainly if you take it $20, $30, we're all two-wage earner families or individuals, but you take $20, $30 out of each one's pocket each week at least, you wind up with people just not having any disposable income left. So it's a huge problem in that regard, but it's not just gasoline. People have the ability to somewhat back off on that. In Arkansas, we do a tremendous amount of driving, like Shelley was talking about in West Virginia. So maybe you don't drive quite as much. Diesel is $2 a gallon more expensive than it was a year ago. There's no way to get out from underneath that. Every product, my suit, this dice, everything in this room was either trucked in or railed in or whatever. And so as a result, those prices aren't going to go down. They're feeding the fuel. And so again, it's not just the cost of gasoline in your tank. It's your food, which depends on fertilizer, depending on natural gas. It is your electricity, which is probably $50 or $60 more higher this month than it was a year ago. The list goes on and on. I'm particularly worried about the Northeast with heating oil. There'll be people that are colder this winter simply because we're going to have a significant increase. Nobody's talking about this, but come wintertime, we'll have a significant increase compared to what we have now. So these are serious things that we need to consider. Rarely do you have a problem that the answer is staring you in the face And that's really what we've been talking about. The reality is a good part of that, we really do need to consider making it much easier to lease, to go forward with oil exploration, and then again, allow the pipelines that deliver that oil in a very environmentally sensitive way to be built and used. What we don't need is talking to Venezuela, talking to Iran, where certainly sending those dollars to those countries from the wealth of the United States makes no sense at all. But also, if you really are concerned about the environment, there's no way that the Venezuelans, that the Iranians are going to produce it in the environmentally sensitive way that we do in the United States.
And I too thank you for being here. And I wish that I could say that canceling these latest oil leases came as a surprise, but it is no surprise at all. The day Joe Biden put his hand on the Bible and he was sworn in as President of the United States, he began this to destroy American energy. And it's just par for the course that he continues this war on American energy. It's also par for the course for them to blame everybody except the White House and the president. They blame Democrats, they blame Republicans, they blame Putin, they blame oil companies. But Americans, that has been said here before at this podium, they know better. You know, as Senator Kennedy said, this is just the basic fundamentals of economics. A ninth grader can figure this out. And so many of us we've introduced legislation with real solutions that to address this. It's fallen on deaf ears. So it is purposely done, and the Biden administration and the Democrats need to take this crisis seriously and stop finding every excuse in the book to shrink energy production. And until this happens, every family and business in Mississippi and around this country will continue to pay the price of Biden's failed energy policies.
Thank you. We've had 45 minutes of this, and I think you've gotten a sense of the impacts across the country on everyday American families, whether they are from Alaska or Arkansas or places in between. So maybe just two really quick questions, please. Go ahead.
Let's say President Biden did absolutely everything that you're calling for. Exactly how long? Weeks, months? Exactly how long would it take for prices to go down at gas stations and Americans to notice a difference?
Well, I have suggested, and I think Senator Cruz did as well, that when the signal is sent that this administration recognizes that domestic production, our own energy, is an asset and not a liability, that then sends a signal to the markets that can be real, that can be immediate, and can be transformative. That sends a signal to investors that have been holding back. That sends a signal to those who have said, and I don't think that it's going to be cost economic to go forward with this particular lease, because every indication that we're getting from this administration is as soon as I take step one, they're going to shut me down. So that can be immediate. That signal can make a difference. And all it would take is President Biden to stand in front of a microphone and say, given what is happening in this country, the unprecedented place that we are at today, the impact on everyday Americans, I've got an obligation to say Americans are going to come first and American energy production is going to come first. He could do that today. Go ahead.
For Senator Cruz,
Go ahead.
What about the dynamic we hear from independent market analysts that the biggest, most primary factor in holding back domestic production is this investor sentiment saying, you know, things are pretty good. It's pretty good to be in the oil business in Texas right now in terms of profits coming in with these high prices, and they don't want to hear about capital expenditures to ramp up production.
That's simply not accurate. I talk to oil and gas producers in the state of Texas every week, sometimes every day. Today, I was visiting with the CEO of a major pipeline construction company based in Texas. They said in the last year and a half, their revenue from pipeline construction has dropped 2/3. Dropped from $900 million to $300 million. And the reason is simple. They said you can't get a damn permit. You can't build a pipeline. And so, and by the way, they also build solar panels. They said they can't get those built either. The amazing thing is this administration, their policies are hammering the energy industry. I was out in Midland, Odessa, the Permian Basin, incredibly rich petroleum reserves, able to power America's needs. The folks there, they want to drill, they can't get capital because this administration has succeeded in drying up capital where the banks, the big banks in Wall Street, this administration has pressured them and they're out of the business of loaning for new production. You can't drill if you don't have the capital to drill. Just yesterday, I and other members of the Foreign Relations Committee had coffee with the Prime Minister of Greece. We talked about the war in Ukraine. I asked, what can we do to stop Putin? What would be effective? He said, America needs to produce more oil and gas, and we need to buy more oil and gas from you guys. It ain't complicated. But this is deliberate. And by the way, Biden told you he would do this on the campaign trail. He promised, if I'm elected, I will shut down drilling. I'll end it. And so everyone in the corporate press that says, well, gosh, this is other factors. You know, my favorite talking point from the White House that they say from the podium is, this is just greedy oil companies. You know what? Fine. Oil companies are greedy. You know what? They were greedy when it was $2.09 too. Under that theory, a year and a half ago, oil companies didn't want to make money, and suddenly they do. It's absurd. This is what Biden promised he would do, and it may be the only campaign promise he made that he's actually delivered on. And there's a cynicism. Number one, they think the American people are stupid, that they don't understand this is deliberate. But number two, they're willing to say they don't like the choices you make. Some of you may drive a pickup truck. Some of you may drive a Suburban. And this White House says, we don't like your choices, so we're going to make it hard for you to pay your bills. We're going to make it hard for you to feed your family. We're going to make it hard for you to pay your rent, because if it's so hard, you'll suddenly wake up and say, I need to buy me a $100,000 electric car with a battery made in China. And you know what? That's not Joe Biden's decision to make. The American people ought to make a decision about their own families, and this is cruel and it's deliberate.
Thank you all.
mattered, who was eligible. And then we talked more broadly to the media, all of us did. And what we have seen, I think, is a dramatic increase in the use of Paxlovid, about fourfold increase just in the last month. And our latest estimates are that about 20,000 prescriptions of Paxlovid are being given out every single day. I think that is actually a really important reason why, despite this very substantial increase in infections, we have not seen a commensurate increase in deaths. We have seen hospitalizations rise, but again, not as much as one would have expected at this point, despite the fact that hospitalizations do lag. When you look at ICU care, the rate of ICU hospital admissions is much lower than what one would expect with infections. And then death numbers continue to be low. Obviously, want to continue to drive that lower. But I really think that beyond the vaccinations and boosting, which are making a very big difference, I think Paxlovid is making a very big difference as well. Okay, just a little bit about Congress and where we are with Congress. As you may have heard, we've been spending a lot of time with our friends in Congress on making sure that we have the resources we need to continue to protect the American people. As I have laid out, the key tools, the key capabilities that we know prevent infections and reduce severity, masking, testing, vaccinations, therapeutics, ventilation and filtration, of course, as well. Those are the major tools. And we want to make sure that as this virus continues to evolve, as we go into the fall and winter, that we're able to continue to protect Americans. Again, you'll hear more about this from Dr. Fauci, but we're in the middle of developing new vaccines, potentially bivalent vaccines. FDA is going to be looking at the data on this, making decisions. Our expectation is that we'll probably get a new generation of vaccines, or certainly we need to plan for that. And I want to make sure we have enough resources that we can buy enough vaccines for every American who wants one. I think that is absolutely critical. We do not have the resources to do that right now. So without additional funding from Congress, we will not be able to buy enough vaccines for every American who wants one once these new generation of vaccines come out in the fall and winter. We're using therapeutics to save lives. We've got to continue doing that. At some point, we're going to run out of the treatments we have. And without additional resources, we will find ourselves in the fall or winter with people getting infected and no treatments available for them because we will have run out. There are new generations of treatments that are coming online, companies that are making them with some very promising data. The US government and no one in the United States is in negotiations with these companies for these treatments because we don't have the resources. The companies know that, and therefore we can't ensure that Americans get access to the next generation of therapies that will also be available. And if we don't get more resources from Congress, what we will find in the fall and winter is we will find a period of time where Americans can look around and see their friends in other countries in Europe and Canada with access to these treatments that Americans will not have. Last but certainly not least is on the issue of testing. We've done a lot of work to build up domestic manufacturing capacity to purchase tests. Obviously, demand for tests falls when infection numbers drop. As that happened, it was really important for us to step in and keep that demand high enough so that companies could continue manufacturing. Without additional resources, we've already started seeing this. Companies and domestic manufacturers are laying off workers. They're shutting down production lines. In the upcoming weeks, we're going to see them sell off their equipment and get out of this business. And we may very well find ourselves without additional resources in the fall, without enough tests, no domestic manufacturing capability, and us having to rely on other countries and other manufacturers outside the United States to make sure that we can get tests for the American people. All of this is incredibly preventable. We should be doing everything we can to make sure that that scenario does not come to be. We are planning for all sorts of contingencies, but I remain very, very confident that Congress will step up and protect the American people. Let me just finish off by saying, we're more than 2 years into this pandemic. People are tired. People want to move on. The good news is we're in way better place than where we were 2 years ago, largely because of the capabilities that science has delivered for us. Vaccines, boosters, therapeutics, testing, masks, all of that make an enormous difference. And we've got to keep using that as the virus evolves and as the virus continues to do what it's doing. We have always had, the administration has always had a strong partnership with Congress, and I'm hopeful that Congress will continue to play that critical role of providing the resources and leadership so we can continue protecting the American people. All right, I'm going to stop. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Rochelle Walensky, our CDC director, for her comments. Dr. Walensky, over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. John. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be back with all of you again. As always, I'm going to start again with the overview of the data. Over the past 5 weeks, we've seen a steady increase in COVID-19 cases, as Dr. Jha mentioned. While cases remain much lower than during the Omicron surge this past winter, the current 7-day daily average of cases is now at about 94,000 cases per day, which is an increase nationally about 26% over the previous week and a threefold increase over the last month. Similarly, hospital admissions are also increasing, but remain much lower than they were during the Omicron surge. The 7-day average of hospital admissions now is about 3,000 per day, and that's an increase of about 19% over the previous week. And while deaths do remain low, we are still seeing a tragic 7-day average of daily deaths at about 275 per day. And we, of course, must remember that each person lost to COVID-19 is a tragedy and that nearly 300 deaths a day is still far too many. Our vaccines, prevention measures, and treatment options are working to save lives. However, we know that those who are not consistently using these tools when recommended continue to remain vulnerable to serious disease, hospitalization, and death. As Dr. Jha shared, we have many tools to help prevent severe disease from COVID-19, including vaccination and boosters. Our vaccine effectiveness cohort studies have shown COVID-19 vaccines generally remain effective in preventing severe disease, including protecting against Omicron. However, we also know that that protection from COVID-19 vaccines wanes or becomes less protective over time, especially in the Omicron era. This is one of the reasons vaccine boosters are so important. One of our concerns for those at risk is outlined on this slide, which shows time since the last vaccine dose for 2 different age groups of adults, those 50 to 64 and those 65 and older. The lighter blue bars indicate the percent of people whose last vaccine dose was part of their primary series, and the darker blue bars indicate the percent of people whose last vaccine dose was a booster dose. On the top graph, you can see among those 50 to 64, 62% have not received a COVID-19 vaccine in the last 6 months. And on the bottom graph, among those 65 and older, 57% have gone more than 6 months since their last vaccine dose. Many of these individuals are eligible for another COVID-19 vaccine dose now, a dose that may help strengthen their protection against infection, urgent care visits, and especially hospitalization and death. So whether it's your first booster or your second, if you haven't had a vaccine dose since the beginning of December 2021 and you're eligible, now is the time to get one. Let me close with a brief word on COVID-19 community levels. Our COVID-19 community levels framework looks at a set of metrics, including cases, but also hospitalizations and health system capacity. This framework was designed to be predictive, anticipating where we will see further increases in cases, in hospitalizations, and in deaths. And they're meant to inform communities, local leaders, and individuals on when and what prevention measures should be implemented in their local settings. Right now, as shown on this map, over 32% of Americans live in an area with a medium or high COVID-19 community level, counties shown in yellow or orange. Since the prior week, an additional 8% of the U.S. population is living in a county with a medium or high COVID-19 community level. For areas currently with high COVID-19 community levels, those in orange, we urge local leaders to encourage the use of prevention strategies like masking in public indoor settings and increasing access to testing and to treatment. For individuals, COVID-19 community levels can also be used to inform personal decisions on how to best protect oneself. In areas where community levels are high, everyone should be using prevention measures and wearing a mask in public indoor settings. In areas with medium COVID-19 community levels in yellow, individuals should consider taking prevention measures based on their own risk, like avoiding crowds, wearing a mask, increasing their testing, especially before gathering with others indoors. And in any COVID-19 community levels, individuals may always choose to wear a mask to protect themselves from infection. As we're currently seeing a steady rise of cases in parts of the country, we encourage everyone to use the menu of tools we have today to prevent further infection and severe disease, including wearing a mask, getting tested, accessing treatments early if infected, and getting vaccinated or boosted, especially if you're over 50 and if your last dose was more than 5 months ago. Thank you very much. I'll now turn things over to Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is to dig a little bit deeper in the issue of variants and put that in the context of what you have just heard from Dr. Jha and Dr. Walensky regarding the increase in cases. Let's take a look at the global situation going from April 2021 to the present time. And as you can see, going from left to right, we've had the evolution over time of different variants that have progressively dominated the situation globally as determined by the sequencing of various isolates throughout the world. And as you can see, we went from a group of alpha, beta, gamma early on, overtaken completely by Delta, and most recently, over the last 6 months, 5 to 6 months, we've seen Omicron dominate. How does that spell out with regard to the different waves that we have seen in the United States? Next slide. As you can see here, we're looking at the United States now, and again, going from left to right, we had our alpha wave, our delta wave, and then we had a big, big spike with Omicron, which has gone down. And now, over the last several weeks, as you've heard from both Dr. Jha and Dr. Walensky, we're seeing increases in cases. How does that really relate to the evolution of these variants? Next slide. Right now, going with the United States as an example, again, the data are really very clear and really somewhat fascinating. If you go from the left to the right, you see in the Omicron era, when we had BA1 in the orange, gradually over time, over a period of months, it got taken over by BA 1.1 and BA2, which is the purple that got larger and larger until around April, the beginning of April, the end of March, we started to see the very dark purple, which was the BA 2.12.1. And when you see the gradual evolution of one particular variant overtaking another, there is a reason for that. Next slide. Here we see the exact same thing that South Africa is experiencing, but only a little bit different than what we are seeing here in the United States, because they went through the same evolution of one variant taking over another variant, taking over another. And now, as we've heard from our South African colleagues, they are seeing a BA4 and BA5. BA4 particularly in the West Cape, in Cape Town, and BA5 in KwaZulu Natal. And this is what they are currently seeing, and it is expected that this particular dominance will continue. Why is that the case? Next slide. This is a very simple schematic diagram of the stepwise increase in transmissibility going from left to right. Note the big jump was from Delta to Omicron. That was a multifold increase in transmissibility. But within the Omicron sublineages, you see what I've actually showed you on prior slides of why one particular sublineage has taken over the next one and the next one. And as you go to the far right, that's what I just showed you on the South African slide. So what does that tell us? Next slide. As you've heard again, both from Dr. Jha and Walensky, we are experiencing an increase in cases, certainly more increase in infections, since one undercounts because of the situation with regard to home tests that people may not be reporting. We're seeing that due to the following. One, the increased transmissibility that I just showed you on the stepwise ladder. We're seeing waning immunity to both protection and or vaccination, and I'll get to in a second what we can do about that. And also, as we all know, there has been a relaxation of mitigations, of people not wearing masks indoor and having a lot more of indoor congregating without masks. So on the final slide, how do we meet the challenge that has been posed to us by the variants? Let's look at some of the facts. Variants will continue to emerge if the virus circulates globally. A strong argument for what Dr. Jha said about a global pandemic requires a global response. We can keep the level of virus to the lowest possible level, which is the best way to avoid variants, because the less replication, the less mutation, the less mutation, the less variants. Importantly, vaccines continue to provide strong protection against severe disease. And that's the reason why, as cases go up and even more infections than are recorded cases, the discrepancy or ratio between hospitalization and cases clearly is much less than it was, for example, in the Delta wave. However, immunity does wane, and that is why it is so important to stay up to date with vaccines and particularly boosters, apropos of the slide that Dr. Walensky just showed you. Again, we can do very simple things like improving ventilation in indoor spaces where possible, and to monitor the levels in your community by the color codes that Dr. Walensky showed you, and follow the CDC guidance and recommendations for masks and other mitigations. Now, again, as Dr. Jha had mentioned, treatments for COVID-19 are now widely available. If you test positive for COVID-19, talk to a healthcare provider as soon as possible about treatment options, including the test to treat. And finally, we do need more resources, as all of us have said over and over. The development of next generation vaccines and therapeutics is critical. And in order to do that, we need the resources that we've been asking for. I'll stop there and back to you, Dr. Jha.
Great, thank you, Tony, and we're gonna, and Rochelle, and we're gonna open up now to Q&A. So Kevin, open it up for us.
Thanks, Dr. Jha. As a reminder, we're going to take as many questions as possible, which means one question per person. First, let's go to Liz Wise at USA Today.
I don't know if Liz is asking a question. We don't hear anything.
Ah, sorry about that. I unmuted on my computer. Sorry about that. Thanks for taking
Totally.
my question. There's a paper out in Nature today from the Gladstone in San Francisco showing that the Omicron variant doesn't induce immunity against any of the other variants. And I'm curious if, looking forward, if that might have impacts on continuing to talk to Americans about vaccination or other issues.
Okay. Tony, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I have not seen that paper since I was doing other things this morning, but I'll be looking at that very carefully. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we are seeing even before that paper that Omicron itself, when you get infected, does not have the broader coverage of the other variants, such as Delta and Alpha and Beta, which is the reason why one has to be very careful. And we're doing those studies about what the next boost should be. Should it be a bivalent that includes an Omicron variant together, for example, either with a wild type or perhaps one of the other variants? So we're aware of that phenomenon. I haven't seen that particular paper, but that's exactly the reason why we're doing studies right now to determine what the best boost would be as we get into the fall and early winter.
All right. Next question. Let's go to Meg Terrell at CNBC.
Hi, well, thank you. I wanted to ask about this phenomenon we're seeing with Paxlovid rebounds, which seems potentially rare. Pfizer says they saw it about 2% in their clinical trial, but we hear a lot about it. And, you know, when people are testing positive again at day 10, I'm wondering, do you think there needs to be some federal guidance about isolation at that point, given that if people are testing positive again, they could potentially be contagious? How are you guys looking at this?
Yeah, so let me start maybe, and then I'll turn it over to Rochelle to see if she has any further thoughts on, or Tony. But let me start by saying, Meg, you're absolutely right that the clinical trial showed about 2% in the Paxlovid group and about 1.5% in the placebo group. But that was with Delta. And so the question is this more common with Omicron? We're actually doing a lot of work right now to try to sort that out. We're talking to health systems, getting real world experience data. But if you think about it, if you have 20,000 people getting Paxlovid every day, that would mean that even if it was only still 2%, that would mean 400 people are having rebound every day. So it is hard to know exactly how often it happens. I think the key points, or a couple of key points that are really important. One is that the people who have that rebound are not getting particularly sick, are not ending up in the hospital. If the goal of this treatment, which it was to prevent hospitalizations and deaths, it is doing that incredibly well. So the rebound issue is something we're looking at very carefully, but I think but it is not leading to people getting particularly sick. On the issue of whether those people are contagious, how we should be advising them, let me see if Rochelle or Tony have any thoughts on that. Rochelle, to you first.
Yeah, maybe I'll just add that we've always said in our CDC recommendations that if you have symptoms that you should put your mask on. So we would say if your symptoms recrudesce that we would recommend putting your mask back on.
And Tony, any thoughts on that?
No, I'm not, actually not. Just confirming what Rochelle just mentioned.
Great.
Let's go to Tamara Keith at NPR.
Thank you. On the Paxlovid rebound question, are you also looking into whether there should be a longer course of Paxlovid instead of the 5 days, maybe 10 days? And I'm just going to sneak in a point of personal privilege. What's up with the under 5 vaccines? It just doesn't seem like there's much urgency out there, and that's a large population.
Tony, you want to start us off with the 5 versus 10 days and your thoughts and what we know?
Yeah, exactly. In fact, we're in active discussion about studies that we might do here at the NIH with our own study capabilities, as well as with the people from Pfizer. In fact, we've been in rather direct communication with them, and we'll continue that about what the best study to do to determine whether or not we need a longer course or not. So that's imminent. We're going to be not only talking about that, we're going to be planning what studies we're going to be doing relatively soon. Within the next few days, we're going to meet.
And on the under 5, I'll just say that I think there is actually quite a bit of urgency. The FDA now has I think they have all the data for Moderna, and they're going through it right now. And so that continues. And I have, we've been hearing from our colleagues at FDA that evaluation is moving as quickly as possible. I want to remind folks, because often people bring up, well, with some of the other pediatric vaccines, the time from submission to authorization was a little bit shorter. This is the first pediatric vaccine that Moderna has submitted all of its data for. And so there's a lot of data here that FDA is going through. I think we all feel the sense of urgency. We want to get this done as quickly as possible, but I think we also all agree we want to get it done right. And I remain very confident, based on the conversations I've had, that as soon as the FDA feels like they've got the data analyzed, and as soon as it meets their standards, they're going to make a determination. All right, next question, Kevin.
Let's go to Josh Wingrove at Bloomberg.
Hi there, good morning, and thank you for doing this. Just briefly to clarify, Dr. Jha, what you just said there, is it your expectation then that pediatric vaccines for under 5s will be rolled out separately regardless of manufacturer, or is the thinking still that it would confuse or potentially confuse parents to have one arrive before the other? And then secondly, I'd like to circle back to the question of ordering the bivalent vaccines if, in fact, that becomes available. What are the steps? When would you have to enter talks with these companies? If you don't get money from Congress in the coming weeks, is there anything you can do? Can you get in line, with dollars from the seat cushions or what have you? Can you give us an update on sort of what the immediate term looks like on that without funding from Congress if it doesn't come through? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, on the FDA under 5 question, what I've heard, and again, this is really driven by FDA and appropriately so driven by FDA. What I've heard from our colleagues at the FDA is that they're looking at the data they have in front of them, and that is what they're focused on, and they will make a determination as soon as they're able. And so that's really, like, again, ultimately, that is what we want to hear from them, right? That they're not going to delay, that they're not waiting for anything else. As soon as the analysis is done, they're going to make a determination, and that's my expectation. And our job is to make sure that as soon as FDA makes its determination, it'll go over to the CDC. As soon as CDC makes its determination, if the determinations are that kids should be getting these vaccines, we will make sure that those vaccines are widely available as quickly as possible for kids under 5. All right, on the question of bivalent vaccines, the way to think about this is it takes about 3 months to manufacture these things, right? And if we want to be ready for the fall, it's not too early to start thinking about this stuff. And in fact, we've had kind of, we've had some very preliminary conversations with the manufacturers, but the negotiations around it have not yet begun, partly because we're waiting for resources. And the truth is that other countries are in conversations with the manufacturers and starting to kind of advance their negotiations. Again, obviously don't know the details of what other countries are doing. And so my take is every day we wait, every week we wait, we just fall a little further behind in line. We are very committed to finding enough resources, and that means we're looking across all of the other programs we have, the monies we have for other things, and asking where can we pull some dollars to at least be able to get some vaccines for the fall and winter. I think if Congress abdicates its responsibilities, it is not acceptable. for us in the administration to go into the fall and winter with 0 vaccines. I'm confident we'll find money to be able to get some Americans vaccinated, maybe just the highest risk, we don't know. But these are not decisions we want to be having to make. We want Congress to just step up and fund our ability to make sure that we get enough vaccines for all Americans.
Let's go to Ed O'Keefe at CBS.
Thank you, doctors, for doing this. Just to follow up then on the question about vaccines for those under 5. Realistically then, because this is a question we get asked a lot too, are we weeks, are we months away from those shots? And when you say, Dr. Jha, that you feel that Congress has been receptive to what you've been talking about in terms of funding, can you describe a little bit more than what's holding things up? And how are they receiving these warnings that you continue to put out there that if there's no money, then as many as 100 million infections could happen? I mean, those are big numbers to be tossing around at a time when you're trying to get Congress to act.
Well, I don't know if anybody else wants to take the under 5 question, since I feel like I've tried. Tony, or any thoughts on how you see the under 5 weeks?
Well, yeah, Ashish, you said it very, very clearly. The important thing is that you want to leave the FDA to do what they do well without unnecessary pressure or interference. They are totally aware of the fact that this is a pressing problem, and they will do it as expeditiously as they possibly can. And it is a process of getting all of the data and having the time, and they don't waste time, to analyze the data and make a decision that the United States public will feel comfortable about because they did it correctly and put all their resources into it. So it wouldn't be appropriate for either myself or Rochelle or Ashish to give you days versus weeks versus months. They're going to do it as expeditiously as they possibly can.
Yeah, and on the issue of funding, I'll say, I've spent a lot of time up in the Hill. I was up in the Hill again this morning. When I think about my one-on-one meetings and my small group meetings, I think I've met with more Republicans than Democrats. I've met with both members of the House and the Senate. And what I've been laying out for folks is what we need the resources for, and what the consequences are of not getting those resources, what it means for what the fall and winter may bring. There's a range of models out there of what we might see in the fall and winter. We have got to plan for a range of scenarios, including we have to plan. It would be irresponsible for us not to. We have to plan for a scenario where we don't get any more resources from Congress. I think it'd be terrible. I think we would see a lot of unnecessary loss of life if that were to happen. But we're looking at all the scenarios and planning for all of them. I think at the end of the day, Congress works in the ways that it works. I remain confident that Congress is going to pull through on this and give us the $22.5 billion supplemental request that we have put in. That's our request. It's an emergency supplemental. And I remain confident that Congress will stand up and provide the resources that we need to protect the American people.
All right, we're going to get through as many questions as possible. One question per person. Let's go to Zeke Miller.
Thank you all for doing this. Do you expect the current uptick in Omicron-related cases to continue as we hit the summer and the busy travel months ahead? Should people begin reconsidering any plans that they have? Should they, pack masks given the uncertain situation? And then, particularly heading into the fall and winter, Dr. Jha, you mentioned you're planning for a range of scenarios and it can lead to unnecessary loss of life. Is there a number that you can put in a range of how many unnecessary deaths there could be without the resources that you say you need in order to fight the virus?
All right, I will see if Tony or Rochelle, any thoughts on kind of the summer and expectations and people should be packing masks or not?
Yeah, maybe I'll just sort of point back to our COVID-19 community levels map, which demonstrates right now some areas of increased infection and hospitalization in the Northeast, in the Eastern Corridor, as well as in the upper Midwest. But what we've seen with prior increases in infections in different waves of infection have demonstrated that this travels across the country and has the potential to travel across the country. So I think the important thing to recognize is that we actually have the tools to prevent it. And so we would ask you to wisely use these tools to we've always said, put your mask aside when infection rates are low and pick it up again when infection rates are higher. We know that we have vaccines and boosters. We know we have treatments. We know that people can use tests before they gather so that they can work towards making sure that you have an environment that is a safer environment. And so we would ask people to engage in all of the activities that they want to engage in, but to do so wisely. Do so when you're up to date with your vaccines, when you've tested before you gather, and if you have a high risk of infection in your area, to put on that mask before you gather.
And I think Zeke, you asked about estimates. Look, it's hard to make precise estimates about what's going to happen in the fall and winter. And right now, what we've been doing, because we've got to do scenario planning, is we've been talking to modelers. We've been looking at internal models. Most modelers don't have models that go as far out as November, December, January. We expect those models to start coming out over the summer. So we've been trying to get some preliminary data because from a policy point of view, we can't go into September without having a sense of what the fall and winter will bring. And the estimates right now are large. I mean, sort of are wide. And if you think about it, what's driving those estimates is how much immunity, for instance, did BA1.1, the big wave we saw, how much did that actually generate? If it generated a lot of population immunity, then we're going to see fewer infections into the summer, fall, and winter. If it generated only a modest amount of immunity, we're going to see more infections. What will happen with mitigation? Are we going to put in any more mitigation, or will mitigation remain relatively low? There's a bunch of factors that will drive what happens. I also think, are we going to have a new generation of vaccines that we're going to be able to deliver for the American people? That will make a big difference in the fall and winter. If we have no new generation of vaccines, or very few, or only for the highest risk individuals, that will also make a difference. So there's a lot of factors here. We're trying to scenario plan across all of them. We're not trying to get into the prediction business. We're getting much more into the scenario planning business to make sure that we know what may be ahead of us so we can plan for it, and obviously also lay those out in front of Congress so they understand that if they choose not to fund, or if they choose not to fund appropriately with the resources we need to protect the American people, that what the likely consequences of that might be.
Last question, let's go to Jeff Mason at Reuters.
Thanks very much. My question is sort of a broad one about eligibility for both the treatments and for the vaccines. Dr. Jha, you mentioned talking to doctors and the fact that Paxlovid is available for a lot of people, but at least anecdotally, a lot of doctors are telling folks that they're not eligible for it. Is that a disconnect between the administration and doctors not knowing, or is the supply maybe not as great as you are suggesting? And then broadly also on vaccines, Dr. Walensky, you mentioned the fact that if people are eligible, they should be getting that next boost. What about people who are under 50? There are lots of people certainly in that age group who are getting Omicron again, who would like to take another vaccine or a booster. Will the eligibility open up for them as well?
All right, so let me start by talking about treatments, and then maybe I'll turn it over to Rochelle for thinking about vaccines and eligibility. Jeff, the way I think about this is, and as I said earlier, when we first got authorization for Paxlovid, we had very, very limited supply. So the messaging was keep it for the highest risk people, right? And that kind of messaging and kind of almost a scarcity mindset tends to set in, and it takes a lot of effort to get people to shift. And usually, under normal circumstances, it would take years to get doctors to change their practice patterns in substantial ways. But we don't have years for this. So we have been going, I think, pretty clearly and pretty strong on helping doctors understand that actually the range of people who are eligible is quite broad. And it's not my definition, it's the EUA of the FDA. If you look at the emergency use authorization, they say anybody who's at increased risk of severe disease, and then they actually point to a CDC document. If you go to that CDC document, it's a very broad range of people. And so my general advice has been, we got to follow the EUA. You should be relatively permissive about this. You should not get excessively restrictive. We have plenty of supply right now. We're not trying to, prevent Americans from getting them. In fact, the opposite. We're trying to make sure that everybody who's eligible, which is a large proportion of the population, and whether the supply is adequate or not, What we're doing is we're tracking very closely ordering. We're making sure that if there's any municipality or any local district or any pharmacy that feels like they want more, we'll make sure they get more. But we're making sure that the supplies are adequate. We have substantially increased at more than 30,000 sites now across the country. And we're not done, by the way. This has been 4 weeks of work. We're going to keep going, adding more test to treat sites, adding more opportunities. So it's just about messaging. It's about clarity. It's about making sure people understand who's eligible, and then making sure that as people get eligibility or are eligible, get the prescription, that it's available very, very widely. Rochelle, to you on the vaccine question.
Great, thanks, Ashish. So, you know, what we do know about these vaccines is they work well to prevent severe disease. They work very well to prevent severe disease if you're up to date. We do know that, as I showed in the graph, that there are many people who are eligible for a 4th dose and even for a 3rd dose have not yet received them. So for those over 50, those are the people who are most at risk of severe disease, and we really do want them to go ahead and get that 3rd or 4th dose if they haven't gotten either. To prevent severe disease. For those under the age of 50, there are still quite a few people out there who have not gotten their 3rd dose, and we know that 3rd dose is really important, especially against Omicron. So we would encourage those people to get their 3rd dose. With regard to a 4th dose for those under the age of 50, that is going to require action from the FDA, and we're in conversations there as well.
All right. So I think, Kevin, I think we're done with Q&A. So let me just wrap up here by saying thank you all for joining us. This is my first COVID press briefing since I took on this role from Jeff Zients. And what I want to do is 2 things. First of all, we've both, Tony and I know Rochelle as well, been out there in the media talking. I think, Tony, I counted between you and me, we've done 50 media appearances in the last 5 weeks. So we've been out there, but we want to do more of these briefings. And so we will continue, I commit to continue to do these briefings on an ongoing basis. Obviously, when there's major news, we'll do it. Otherwise, we'll make sure that we do it on a regular basis so that we continue sharing information with people. Thank you all for joining us, and I look forward to seeing all of you again the next time we get a chance to get together. Thank you.
I just want to start out by saying that on behalf of the Broome County DA's office, our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims of the horrific shooting in Buffalo, as well as the people of Buffalo. I'm going to try and answer your questions, the ones that I can answer, and I'll explain a little bit of that as I go along. There's a lot of misinformation out on social media and other venues, and I'm going to try and clarify some of that if I can. Just so everyone knows, our office has had contact with the Erie County District Attorney, Mr. Flynn, and we've offered the assistance of the Broome County DA's office any way that we can to help him move forward with this investigation. I'm just going to touch on a couple things. We did do a press release yesterday where I spoke a little bit about the incident that occurred back in 2021. So I'm going to touch on that just briefly. There was an incident in 2021. We've been in touch with the Susquehanna Valley School District regarding that. The defendant was participating in an online class at that time, and he made some disturbing comments about murder and suicide. A teacher responded to that, followed up with the defendant, trying to get clarification, and he indicated that he was just joking and said LOL. This was all on a message online class. The teacher reported it to the Susquehanna Valley School District authorities based on the fact that the defendant was not on campus. He was not at the school at the time. The school resource officer was not involved in it. It was turned over to the state police because they went to the defendant's residence to interview him. Once they interviewed him, he again indicated that this was a joke, but the state police took precautions and took the defendant to Binghamton General Hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. At that point in time, he was evaluated by a mental health care professional, and a short time later, he was released. Now, based on HIPAA laws and other things, and that this just happened 4 days ago, we don't have the details of that report. However, from past history, we know that if someone was found dangerous when they go in for a mental health evaluation, they're immediately committed and actually transported to a state hospital for further evaluation. That did not happen in this case. The defendant, who was 17 years old at the time, was released to the custody of his parents and returned home. He was actually cleared and went back to school and participated in his high school graduation. There's a news report that neighbors were interviewed that even indicated that he had a graduation party at his house. So at that point, he was not a threat. The unfortunate thing is the New York State Police, school officials, and mental health professionals, they don't have a crystal ball. They can't read into the future. They can only evaluate the subject on the information that they had at that time. And the investigation is focusing on what happened after that period of time to just about a year later when this past Saturday in the city of Buffalo. So again, that was a review of that indicated that the New York State Police followed up appropriately on what the school district advised them of. They properly transported the individual to Binghamton General Hospital for a mental health evaluation. At that point in time, he was found not to be dangerous at that time, and he was released to the custody of his family. Another issue that has been brought up, and I'll just touch upon it, is the red flag law of New York State, where individuals can apply to the court for what's called an extreme risk protection order, or an ERPO ruling. Now, this application can be made by anyone. It's a civil procedure. It's not a criminal procedure. It can be brought by a family member, a school official, a counselor, the police, and the district attorney's office. Generally, it's brought by someone who indicates that they know the person, they're concerned about the person's well-being, and they've had contact with that, because that person or that party that brings the action has to go forward and prove it in court. And just like any other law, we've heard a lot about bail reform and discovery reform and all sorts of laws. The red flag law is just like any other law. As a prosecutor and district attorney of the county, I'm bound to follow that law, whether I really agree with it or not. For the court to issue this, proof has to be given to the court that the individual is dangerous at that point in time, that they're a risk of harm to themselves or to another person. Now, at that point in time, this defendant had been interviewed by a mental health professional who deemed him to be not dangerous or not at risk of harming himself or others at that particular time. So there would have been no basis for the hearing to go forward at that because you had a professional medical person who evaluated him and found him not to be a risk at that time. Again, if during that evaluation the defendant was found to be dangerous, he would have then been committed to a state facility for further evaluation and treatment. There was no basis under the mental hygiene law to detain him at that point in time, and he was released. Now, if the laws need to be changed, I'm sure that the lawmakers in Albany will be looking closely at this case as a test case to see, do laws need to be expanded? Do they need to be changed? Does there need to be different protocol? Every agency involved in this investigation that I've talked to is obviously going to reevaluate the steps that were taken. However, again, you can't see into the future. Just like any defendant released on bail, there's no guarantee that they won't reoffend. This was a 17-year-old student at the time who had no history of being treated for any mental illness that we know of. He was evaluated and released. And this incident happened a year later. So again, unless someone is found to be dangerously mentally ill, you can't be detained just because of mental illness or a mental crisis. So that's kind of the procedures that we went through. I will answer your questions now, but I'm not trying to be rude, but if any of it carries over into DA Flynn's investigation, I'm going to have to politely say I can't answer it. That's part of an ongoing investigation. So not that I won't be able to talk about it in the future, but today as we sit here 4 days into the investigation, I'm limited as far as talking about what happened in Buffalo.
Was your office notified about any of this last June, or are you only finding out about it now?
Well, our officers knew about it. The school officer knew about it.
I mean the DA's office. Was the DA's office made aware of?
Yes, individuals in the DA's office did know of this, the incident.
Knowing what happened in 2022, what do you wish happened in 2021 involving this suspect?
Well, there's recommendations made. I mean, you can't change the law going back, but obviously they probably recommended follow-up treatment, as they do in all cases when someone is evaluated for a mental health crisis. It appears that he obviously didn't follow up on any of that. Now, under New York State law, no one can be forced into treatment. No one can be forced to take medication. That's just the law in New York State, and we live in a free society. However, if more services were available for him to take advantage of, and I said, I'm not placing blame on parents or on the school, but he obviously needed to be guided toward treatment, and it doesn't appear that he received it.
Mr. Korchak, did you personally have conversations with the school resource officer or school officials at Susquehanna Valley High School or with the state police investigators with regard to Mr. Gendron following the comments that he made about 11 months, nearly a year ago?
Our school resource officer program had contact with them. I personally did not speak with the Susquehanna Valley School District.
Given what happened and the fact that there was that mental health evaluation, should there be other steps when that kind of a violent threat is made to look into whether or not it is a violent threat independent of potential diagnosable mental illness?
Well, we're bound by the law to go forward. So in order to get that order where he's prohibited from possessing or purchasing firearms, we have to prove to the court that he is likely to harm himself or others. And we had a medical professional evaluate him and say that at that point in time, he wasn't likely to harm himself or others. So we're kind of bound by the law, and we have to follow that law. I'm not permitted to bring frivolous cases to the court or try and, hope the judge follows this, even though the law says that he's already been evaluated and found to be not likely to cause harm to himself.
So at the moment, there's no sort of extra investigatory steps that take place unless there's that mental health asterisk, for lack of better phrasing, on that case?
Right. If there is one of the ERPO or the order from the court prohibiting him, then he goes into the registry that if a background check is done, when he goes to purchase a gun, it'll come up. Now, that's up for debate. When someone goes for mental health treatment, should that automatically trigger them on the registry? I don't know. I don't make the law, but then we're trying to encourage individuals to go seek mental health treatment And if they know that they're going to end up on a registry if they go, people might be reluctant to follow through on the treatment that they need.
Should anyone that puts in writing a murder-suicide threat be not allowed to buy a weapon?
Well, according to the law, if they're found to be dangerous to themselves or others at the point in time they're evaluated. I mean, again, I was 17. I never did this, thankfully. People say stupid things all the time. And then you're reaching into trying to read people's minds and things of that nature. That's why I feel that the state police did what they had to do. They took him up to Binghamton General Hospital and got an evaluation.
Is what happened on Saturday afternoon at the store in Buffalo the type of thing that occasionally keeps you awake at night for concern? Not that there necessarily is anything or was anything you could do, but still of concern that somebody who has been in contact with Broome County's justice system ultimately winds up offending in such an egregious way where in this particular case 10 people have died.
It keeps me up at night every time someone posts bail and is out on a violent felony, hoping they don't reoffend. It keeps you up at night. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in. People do have liberties, and we have to abide by the law as it's written. I'm sure that the lawmakers in Albany will be looking at this case closely.
Did law enforcement know that he had access to firearms when he made those threats?
The threat itself didn't mention firearms at all. So, I mean, the state police went and interviewed him, and actually he denied that it was even serious, that it was a joke at that point in time. And they took that extra step, though, to make sure that he went and got evaluated.
Did they speak with the parents at all? Do you know how?
I'm not aware of that, but he was released from the hospital into the custody of his parents.
Do you have the timeline, the date of the threat in writing, the time that the police responded, and when he was?
I don't have that. It was early June of 2021. He graduated at the end of June 2021.
Do you have a timetable between how quickly all the events were in relation to the other? Within a few days?
Yeah, it was with the police were notified immediately, and they responded shortly thereafter from my reading of the reports.
And did you go to the hospital overnight, or is that something that can be done in just a basically inpatient visit?
My understanding is he was brought to the hospital, but depending on what time of day you're brought, he did stay overnight in the hospital, but then was released.
Mr. Korchak, have you ever had occasion to speak with Peyton Gendron yourself or his parents?
Oh, no, I've never spoken with the defendant or his parents.
So, and you were, up until Saturday, you personally were unfamiliar with the family?
That's correct.
Tia Korchak, just a few minutes ago, Attorney General Letitia James said that her office will be launching an investigation into the social media platforms that the Buffalo shooter used to plan, promote, and stream this terror attack. Do you agree with her decision to investigate these companies?
Well, it's something to look into as to whether there's, violent threats, just like in terrorism cases where individuals are radicalized online to join the Taliban. I mean, it's something that should be monitored, but, you're walking a very fine line with the First Amendment. People's rights to say whatever they want. The First Amendment protects people from saying outrageous things. Do I think they should be monitored? I do think so, because we have a lot of criminal defendants that we prosecute that are involved in this dark online underworld, but that's the world we live in now, and that's what we got to deal with.
When lawmakers look at this case in Albany, so what do you hope will come out as whether we do laws or regulations?
I'm really hoping that that more treatment is available to those that need it. As I stated before, you know, it's a free country, and even under New York state law, you can't force anyone to take medication, you can't force anyone to be treated for a mental illness, and unfortunately, it's not until a crime is committed, really, that the DA's office gets involved and someone is prosecuted, but obviously, anything we can do to prevent what happened on Saturday, I would be in favor of looking at.
Could you be specific about more treatment? Does the school not have enough treatment for its students specifically? Sure that every few months they're checked in. What's your suggestion?
Well, in this particular case, it was difficult because he did return to school. And now that school is back in session full-time, in person, individuals within the school would have been able to monitor him and see how he was doing. But he graduated shortly after that, and then there was really no supervision available to him. You know, as well as it should be. It is a free country. You don't have to check in with people. But based on the fact that this happened, you would hope that someone, his family, a counselor, someone would have kept checking in with him to make sure he was okay. But then again, people hide things too. You know, you have functioning addicts in the workplace, and people don't know it. There's a lot of underlying mental health issues out in our community that need to be addressed. How you do it is, you know, if I knew that answer, I probably wouldn't be standing here.
The suspected shooter withdrew the option for an evaluation for a mental health check now that he's been arrested since what happened on Saturday. Given that we don't actually have confirmation that what drew him to commit this act on Saturday was mental health, what other steps are you potentially looking at ensuring that you can catch people before this happens if they don't necessarily qualify with a mental illness?
Well, it's just very difficult. That's why you hope the community would get involved and actually, you know, report people if they're acting strangely, have unnatural behavior. But, you know, part of the problem is you can't force anybody to do anything. And again, we don't want to go into a situation where you're having forced incarceration and forced treatment. So it's really a fine line you're treading between, you want to protect the community, but you have to protect people's rights as well.
In the state of New York, is there a way to make sure that someone who could be violent doesn't get their hands on a firearm if they don't have that history of mental illness?
There's really no way of doing it, and there's actually no way of preventing someone from driving into Pennsylvania and purchasing a firearm or purchasing a firearm on the street. Again, the mental illness is more the focus. The firearm is obviously a concern, but there's a lot of people. We have mental health defendants who they don't have a mental health defense because it doesn't rise to the level of that they're not mentally competent to stand trial, but they have a history of mental illness. We had just one guy recently who killed another individual by striking him in the head repeatedly with a hammer. You know, gun control wouldn't have helped that situation. It's the mental health aspect of it that needs to be addressed.
Aside from providing assistance to the Erie County DA's office, is your office now actively involved in any other actions as a result of what happened in Buffalo on Saturday?
Well, we're working with local investigators, you know, the local state police, just to assist the Erie County District Attorney's Office in their investigation. Everything is open at this. I can't get into the details of the investigation, but individuals are being interviewed that had contact with him over the past several years, just to sort of find out the background information and, you know, not that you're ever going to solve what led up to this, but at least try and understand.
Has anybody so far suggested that anyone in Broome County had prior knowledge to what the 18-year-old Conklin resident did on Saturday, that anybody around here knew what was likely to happen?
I don't have any information on that personally, but everyone is going to be questioned that had any contact with this individual in the years leading up to this.
Can I ask it another way? Should the residents of Conklin expect more law enforcement presence in the next few days?
Being the crime scene is actually in Buffalo, I mean, the state police were at the residence of the defendant and did a search of that residence, and they were interviewing neighbors and canvassing the area. They'll most likely go to the school and question individuals there. Anyone, as I said, anyone who had contact with the defendant at any point in time is someone that we want to talk to.
Do you foresee charges against the parents?
Again, he's an adult. He was 18 at the time that this was done. My understanding is that the parents were cooperating, but the investigation is still ongoing, and I can't really get involved in DA Flynn's investigation.
Has your office contacted his parents or interviewed his parents up to this point?
We personally have not, but the state police investigators have been involved in that.
The entire world is hearing about a white supremacist from Broome County. What would you say? How would you characterize the problem of white supremacy in Broome County?
I don't know if racial bias is it's not limited to Broome County, it's limited to the entire world. And now that you can go online and access any type of website, a hate crime is a hate crime no matter who it's against. And my understanding is that the DA in Erie County will be presenting the case to the grand jury shortly, and obviously hate crime charges will be incorporated into that for the grand jury to consider.
But your job is to protect the people of Broome County. Do you see a problem of white supremacy in Broome County?
We don't have a lot of racial bias cases that come in, but it's really educating people and exposing them to different people. I mean, it's really hard to say. I mean, the DA can prosecute the crimes that come in. I would love to be able to say that I could change the entire community for the better, but I just have to do my part, enforce the laws of Broome County to make Broome County a safer place for people to live in.
And when you read his writings to think they were authored in Broome County, what should be done about what people say and write in these somewhat public forums online?
That's where you're battling the First Amendment, because everyone has the right to be stupid. Unfortunately, I hate to say it that way, but that's really what it comes down to. You can voice your opinion. There's never no consequences for your opinion, but you have a right to say it. And again, with the dark web or whatever you want to refer to it as, it is a major problem that young individuals get sucked into this hole, and with all the time they were spending at home during COVID. Again, that's no excuse. This individual is 18 years old. We can try and fix the system of mental health. We can try and fix bail. We can try and fix a lot of things. But the one person who's responsible for this is sitting in jail in Buffalo right now.
Do you think other young men in Broome County, teenagers, may have become self-radicalized over the last couple of years and perhaps have some of the same apparent beliefs that Peyton Gendron seemed to have expressed in his writings?
I mean, it's entirely possible that that's happening all over, but we really have no way of knowing that. I'm sorry, in the back?
The Erie County Sheriff Garcia says that the shooter fell through the cracks. Based on what you know, do you feel the same way?
Well, he did fall through the cracks, as far as the system goes. However, when you look at the defendant individually, you had a 17-year-old high school student who had never been treated for mental illness before. Obviously, he was suffering from some sort of delusion or mental illness. When you look at the writings, you can tell. However, if a person does not have a history of mental illness, how do you prepare for that? If he had a long history of mental illness, I know it's called the red flag law, but there would have been red flags to the school, to neighbors, to police. However, as far as we know, the information I have, he has no long history of mental illness like you see in some other individuals.
Is that a requirement for, is that something that triggers the red flag orders? Like, must the person have a history of mental illness?
No, they don't have to have a history of mental illness, but what has to be proven to the judge is that they're an immediate threat to themselves, the safety of themselves or others. So the fact that he was evaluated and found not to be dangerous and not to be a threat to himself or others sort of showed that there was no basis to get one of those orders.
And does your office pursue those orders often? Do you have a sense of how often and what makes a successful request?
We don't keep statistics on it, but since the law has taken effect, we've probably done it over a dozen times. However, I would say 90% of the time it's related to a criminal charge. It's related, most cases we've dealt with domestic violence, where a domestic violence charge is brought forward and the individual who is charged has guns in the house. And then the state police know that and they come to us and we go forward to court, which is a lot easier to prove when there's actually a criminal charge in place. So those are most of the cases that we deal with.
Is there one thing you wish happened differently?
It's hard to say because anyone can look back and say, oh, he said this to me, or I saw this and I should have done something. But, you know, in and of itself, one thing might not be an indication of it. You know, you just wish that he had some friends or someone who would be able to discourage him from this kind of conduct. But again, if he's radicalized online, I don't know who he was talking to or following, but you know, it's a very disturbing trend. And you know, we're hoping that by looking at the system and how it works, maybe this is the last time we'll have something like this. Unfortunately, it probably won't be the last time throughout the country or the world, but we got to do what we can in Broome County to try and fix this mental health problem.
So here we are, 4 days since the massacre in Buffalo. Are you concerned that there may be copycat incidents like this? Because apparently, whether it's people here in New York State or elsewhere around the world, there are some people who have this view or share some of the views of the suspected shooter. Are you concerned that there may be similar incidents by people trying to replicate what happened in Buffalo?
Right, that's always a concern. Just as when there's a you know, a drug or gang-related shooting, you're always concerned about retaliation. When there's something like this, your major concern is that there could be a copycat. Now, DA Flynn in Erie County had a press conference the other day, and he indicated that there was already a copycat that called in a threat to I guess a store there and said, I'm going to come and do the same thing to you that happened in the Tops Market. That individual was tracked down by the Erie County police, and he was taken into custody and charged. Unfortunately, it was a telephone threat, and because of the new bail laws, he was immediately released. So, I mean, there's a lot of things in the system that need to be fixed. Sometimes it takes a tragedy such as this to get people moving in that direction, you know, so we can put partisan politics aside and strive for the greater good of the whole community, because it doesn't matter what party you are or what you believe in. This is just a horrific act that we hope will never happen again.
Was there much communication or contact between local officials and the suspected shooter after the mental health evaluation was sort of concluded last year?
No, I mean, that's one of the reasons why you use the term slip through the cracks. After that incident, we have no record in Broome County of any contact that he had with the police or anyone calling in a complaint. So from June of 2021 until last Saturday, he was off the radar. There was nothing that anyone called in and filed a complaint.
If today another student at a local high school were to make a very similar vague threat, called it a joke afterwards, would there be any different steps taken this time around?
The way the law is written, everything would happen the same way. A mental evaluation would take place, and if he were found to not be an imminent threat to himself or others, he'd be released into the custody of his parents, because under the mental hygiene law, he could not be held for further observation if he was found not to be dangerous at that point in time.
So the actual law would have to change for you to see a violent threat on its own isolated and continue to do follow-ups without the mental health aspect.
Right. I mean, if there were more, I guess, more things that happened after he made the threat, if he spoke to someone else, if he had some action actually, but the fact that he just said it and then said it was a joke, you know, you got to go by what information you have at the time. And since the police didn't have any more information, who knows what was on his computer, but that doesn't give you the basis to go search at that point in time. Just the fact that he made some, you know, terrible comment.
That incident was serious enough that there's a record of it. Should gun sellers have access to similar records, even if a crime had been committed?
Right. Well, that's for the lawmakers in Albany to figure out, based on the fact that unless he got on the registry, unless he was found to be a risk, they would not file the protection order, and he would not be on the list. So, I mean, that's something. As I said before, you can argue both sides. I'm a lawyer, that's why I argue both sides of it. But I mean, if your position is you want to encourage individuals to get mental health treatment by saying, if you do, you're going on this list, you know, and then where does it end? Do employers eventually get that and things like that?
He put a threat in writing that was investigated by state police,
Right.
mental health treatment or not. Should a gun seller have access to information that that person has been investigated for a threat?
You know, that's the First Amendment argument, really. I mean, do you have a right to say something inflammatory, and should they have an opportunity? You know, again, the law doesn't prohibit individuals from saying anything they want. That's the First Amendment. So, you know, I don't make the laws, I just follow them. So that's something for the lawmakers in Albany to debate.
Since we've been talking, the governor has signed an executive order to address domestic terrorism in New York State, and it sounds like she'll require counties to submit their own plans. I know this is probably the first you're hearing of this. What would you say on Broome County's behalf? What plan could happen here to address the domestic terrorism aspect of this?
That's a very good question. I'll have to follow up with the governor on that. But I mean, what do you describe as domestic terrorism or mental illness? You know, it's really a matter of who you're dealing with and what they're doing. I mean, this didn't happen in our county, but it started in our county. But we had the Civic Association shooting, and that individual apparently had been reported to the police by his family that he was having mental health issues, but the law didn't allow him to be incarcerated for anything at that point in time. And look at what the end result was. So, you know, it's really a matter of the laws that come out of Albany to make a determination, balance people's liberty with protecting the community. It's a very difficult decision and a debate that's going to go on for a long time.
Do you think that the mental health evaluations as they currently are conducted, which may have been perhaps as brief as a 15-minute evaluation of the shooter in Buffalo, do you think they're inadequate, that perhaps more in-depth mental evaluations are appropriate so the professionals can make a better judgment about a person's perhaps threat to himself or others?
And I'm sure that will be looked at, maybe the time period of how long someone is, you know, examined. But again, all this costs money and staff, and it's an issue that has to be looked at. I'm hoping it will be now.
Would you characterize this as domestic terrorism?
Terrorism, I mean, I'm from downstate. Terrorism is flying planes into buildings. This is just murder, as far as I'm concerned. It is terrorism because you're terrorizing the community, and it was racially motivated, we believe, at this point in time. But, you know, from the DA's perspective, crime is crime. And whatever your motive for doing it, your motive is you're an evil person, and that's why you're doing it. So, I mean, I really don't get into what's terrorism and what's not terrorism. It's crime.
Well, would you, if if 9/11 is terrorism and this is crime, I guess I'm curious where you see the line as. Is it about motive? Is it about the number of people killed?
Well, terrorism is your motive, why you're committing the crime. Now, if you're looking to, I'm not a terrorism expert. If I did, I'd be on CNN. But it's a matter of, we handle it as crime because we have to prosecute the case. So that's why I'm conditioned to look at it that way. The terrorism is global and wide scale, but you can have domestic terrorism. We have that all the time. The snipers in Washington, D.C. was domestic terrorism because the community was terrorized at the time. They didn't know where it was coming from next. This was one individual committing heinous acts, but at one point in time, and he's immediately in custody. So, again, that's where the copycats come in. They create the domestic terrorism as well because the people think, is this not over? That type of thing.
So you wouldn't necessarily characterize this as domestic terrorism? I'm just curious since
I don't put labels on it, on everything. It's an act of pure evil. I'll give you that. So.
I appreciate your time taking our questions, but what was your goal in coming out here today?
Well, I kind of wanted to set the record straight as far as, the incident in 2021, because when it first came out, there was information online that this defendant had threatened to shoot up the school. And the school clarified that as well. That never happened. There was no mention of a gun being used. It just, again, it needed to come out that that clearly didn't happen, and the school clarified that. And also the standards of proof in the red flag law, that we have to follow the standards of proof and follow the statute as we do in every other case. And again, you can't hold a person under the mental hygiene law unless they're found to be dangerously mentally ill. And that hadn't been determined at that point. Now, again, at the time, the individuals who do the evaluation and the police, they deal with what they're dealing with at that point in time. So if someone could be stable one day, but then some incident happens in their life that sets them off, and then next thing you know, they're committing a horrific act, and they're mentally ill, but it was not, detected at the time. So, I mean, I'm not a mental health expert. It's a very slippery slope, and we have a lot of cases of individuals that are prosecuted for violent crimes that have a history of mental illness. Had they been incarcerated, they would not have committed the violent crime, but you can't be incarcerated not just because, but because you have a mental illness. So.
Thank you.
All right, I really appreciate your time. Thank
Reasonable gun control. People should not have access to military-style assault rifles and ghost guns. We must reinvest in struggling communities and address the issues like poverty, homelessness, and the lack of opportunity. We must fund proven programs that stop violence, like after-school programs, employment and income assistance programs, and violence interruption. Right now, many politicians are pointing to violence, harnessing people's suffering, talking a big game, and then doing nothing to prevent it. We need to come together and support real solutions to gun violence in our communities. In our office, we're doing everything that we can to support victims of crime, ensure accountability, and prevent violence in our communities. We hope that we never have another mass shooting here in LA County, but if we do, my office is here to assist. And I'm here to tell you that my Bureau of Victim Services has a mass victimization crisis response team specially trained to help victims of such tragedies and their families. If we have a mass shooting here, they will be dispatched to help victims on the scene and continue to provide the services for weeks and months thereafter. These teams will provide crisis assistance and connect people with counseling services and other government agencies like the Department of Mental Health. They also provide victims with information about possible financial help from the state through the California Victims Compensation Fund. Our victim services staff is made up of dedicated individuals training trauma-informed care, and they will provide services with sensitivity and compassion. In the past, our teams have helped victims of mass shootings at Saugus High School, Long Beach in 2019, Dawson Oaks in 2018, and Las Vegas in 2017. And we continue to staff those teams to make sure that they are able to provide that service. In addition to providing comprehensive victim services, my office is also using innovative approaches to try to stop violence before it starts. Last year, I know that many of you heard that we established our Community Violence Reduction Division to embed prosecutors into communities that are experiencing poverty and violence and to build trust and relationships to reduce crime. We're expanding our networks to include public health practitioners and violence interrupters in our crime prevention work. Through this unit, we are working to anticipate conflicts before they elevate into acts of violence. And to address some of the staffing challenges that are partially caused by the impact on court operations during COVID and the related hiring freezes that we and the county have suffered, I'm here to announce that we will begin providing additional services to our trial units by temporarily moving 15 experienced attorneys from other units that do not require daily courtroom appearance. Some of these units temporarily affected include those in our Bureau of Fraud and Corruption, post-conviction units, and JSIG, which is our police accountability unit. I want to be clear about what that means and more importantly, what it doesn't mean. Our priorities have not changed. We're reallocating our resources to provide some relief to our trial attorneys who are suffering under crushing workloads that have been partially caused by the COVID shutdowns. We're grateful to the attorneys on staff who will fulfill these roles while we finalize hiring approximately 60 new attorneys who will begin working in the office in the next 8 to 10 weeks. Once these attorneys are trained, we will move them in trial divisions and promote existing attorneys to further support our trial units that are most in need. During this temporary period of reassignment of resources, we are confident that our operations will continue without interruptions. Moving on to gun control, my office is also doing the work to reduce the number of guns on the street. Ghost guns, which are guns people assemble from kits in their homes, have become more prevalent in our communities. These guns have no serial numbers, are untraceable, and difficult to monitor or control. The LAPD alone reported a 400% increase in the seizures of ghost guns since 2017, and other police agencies are reporting similar increases. In partnership with police and other community organizations, I have asked major credit card companies, Visa, MasterCard, and American Express, to help stem the flow of these guns by stopping online payments for the purchase of ghost guns. I again urge these companies to do the right thing and find ways to halt the sales. It is truly a matter of life and death. And I want to say to our struggling communities that are dealing with gun violence that we're here for you. We see you. We are devoted to harnessing our resources and urging our legislator, boards of supervisors, and all of our government agencies to join together to address the serious issues. With me, I have Suzanne Birch, who serves as the president of the LA chapter of the Brady United to Prevent Gun Violence, and Donna Braun, who is a survivor volunteer with Moms Demand Action, whose 21-year-old son Cliff was murdered by an unknown killer. They will each speak to you, and then we'll take a few questions, but before that I will then go into Spanish. So, Suzanne, do you want to start? Suzanne, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, please.
My name is Suzanne Verge. I'm with the Los Angeles chapter of Brady, named after Press Secretary Jim Brady, one of the oldest, boldest gun violence prevention organizations. States with stronger gun laws have lower rates of gun violence. That's a fact. So someone living in Mississippi is 8.5 times more likely to be a victim of gun violence than someone living here in California or living in Hawaii. But our gun laws are only as good as the nearby states. So we need federal legislation. We need to ban weapons of war. Assault weapons are the weapon of choice for mass shooters. No question. They are not the choice for home protection. So we need federal legislation. I'm a survivor of gun violence. My brother Peter was 18 when he was murdered in Santa Monica. I was 15. My parents were so distraught. There were 6 kids, now there are 5. And I'm just so grateful. Back then we didn't have like victim services. My parents were just overwhelmed, and I can't tell you how important it is. So thank you. And when these mass shootings happen, or when there's a suicide by gun, we are all traumatized. Donna and I, we talk about this. It brings up all our pain, our suffering. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be a member of this club. So I'm so grateful that you're having this press conference and pointing out that we are ready as a city, if there is something, that there are services and people should take advantage of them. Counseling and support helps. Donna?
Wow, yes. As you know, I'm Donna Brown. I'm a mother and a proud grandmother, and a survivor fellow of Everytown. And I speak about justice. My son Cliff was murdered. That's what called me into action. And my case for action is safe community violence prevention and self-care. While our attention is turned to the tragic mass shooting, like the ones this weekend, in cities like Buffalo, New York, Milwaukee, and Laguna Woods, California, the impact of gun violence is felt every day right here in our city. Survivors like myself are impacted by this countless other shootings that never made headlines, as gun violence results in 110 people shot, killed every day nationwide, with hundreds more wounded. I speak from my own experience that survivors of gun violence need support, including financial, legal, and emotional support. I want to thank the district attorney for acknowledging this and for doing his part to provide resources to those who have been impacted by gun violence right here in Los Angeles, California. I also want to thank DA Gascon for his leadership in tackling the ghost gun crisis that we are experiencing here in Los Angeles and across the United States. Ghost guns have been the weapon of choice for violent criminals and gun traffickers. Stopping the spread of ghost guns must be all hands on deck effort, and prosecutors know better than most how much of a danger these illegal weapons gun pose to our communities. We need everyone, including credit card companies, to do their part to shut down the threat of violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Shannon. I'm going to do a Spanish piece very quickly, and then we'll take your questions. Estamos hoy aquí para hablar sobre los 3 tiroteos que sucedieron este fin de semana, donde muchas personas fallecieron. El que sucedió en Nueva York, en la ciudad de Buffalo, el de Milwaukee, y aquí en nuestro propio patio en Laguna Woods, en el condado de Orange. Estamos en esa posición hoy porque sabemos que muchos líderes en nuestro país han ignorado la seguridad pública, han permitido que se continúen a vender armas militares a muchachos, continúan a hablar de manera que incrementa el racismo y el odio en nuestra comunidad, y muy comúnmente empiezan a ofrecer soluciones para encerrar más personas con problemas mentales, personas que están desamparados y otros como si eso fuera la solución al problema. El hombre que causó los asesinatos en la comunidad afroamericana en Buffalo fue específicamente porque estaba motivado por racismo y por odio. Y no nos debe sorprender que el racismo y el odio ha incrementado en nuestro país cuando políticos y aquellos comentaristas que quieren propagar estos mensajes han utilizado esta retórica racista contra latinos, contra afroamericanos, contra comunidades judías, contra los del LGBTQ y la comunidad asiática y otras, para poder apelar a su base y ganar elecciones. Eso tiene que parar. La violencia que vemos en nuestras comunidades es un problema de salud pública. Esta violencia violencia que está motivada por los problemas que tenemos en muchas comunidades y que seguimos viendo que muchos líderes utilizan para su conveniencia política. Esta conferencia de prensa hoy es para recordarles a aquellos que simplemente rezar no es suficiente y nunca lo ha sido. Necesitamos implementar políticas que enfrenten el problema que tenemos con armas de fuego en este país. Necesitamos invertir en nuestras comunidades para lidiar con los problemas de la pobreza, el desamparo y la falta de oportunidades económicas. Y necesitamos invertir en esas cosas que sabemos que paran la violencia o la reducen, como programas escolares, programas para crear más empleos y programas para interrumpir la violencia. En este momento muchos políticos están usando la crisis de violencia en nuestras comunidades y aprovechándose de aquellos que están sufriendo, hablando de todo lo que van a hacer y haciendo nada. Necesitamos unirnos y traer soluciones reales para reducir la violencia en nuestra comunidad. En nuestra oficina nosotros estamos haciendo todo lo que podemos hacer para apoyar a las víctimas. Y aunque esperamos que nunca vuelva a suceder un evento como el que ha sucedido en Nueva York, en Milwaukee o Orange County, sabemos que las posibilidades son grandes y por eso hemos creado unos equipos para lidiar con casos donde hay muchas víctimas al mismo tiempo, a través de un tiroteo o cualquier otra causa que cause muchas muertes. Estos equipos están listos para ser mandados para proveer asistencia con crisis, conectar con personas que pueden ayudar a tramitar asuntos de salud mental y otras necesidades médicas y económicas, y también para ayudar con ayuda del Estado. Nuestros empleados que trabajan en esta unidad están entrenados en trabajar con trauma y saben lo que tienen que hacer para poder ayudar a nuestras comunidades. Además de lidiar con el asunto de las víctimas, también queremos decir que nosotros hemos empezado un programa que le llamamos la reducción comunitaria de violencia, donde hemos puesto abogados, fiscales y miembros de nuestro sistema de seguridad a trabajar directamente en las comunidades que son más afligidas por la violencia y la pobreza para incrementar la confianza y las relaciones que pueden reducir el crimen. Estamos expandiendo este proceso para incluir personas del Departamento de Salud Pública y otros que pueden interrumpir la violencia. Esta unidad está trabajando para anticipar el conflicto y pararlo antes de que suceda la violencia. También hoy estamos anunciando que precisamente porque tenemos este compromiso para reducir la violencia en nuestra comunidad, sabemos que han habido muchos retos en cuestiones de personal a través del problema que ha sucedido con COVID. Nuestras cortes estuvieron por tiempo casi cerradas y eso ha creado una demora muy grande, mucho de trabajo, y también hemos tenido problemas donde mucho de nuestra capacidad para atraer gente nueva ha sido congelada, y por eso estamos moviendo 15 abogados en estos momentos de unidades que no están en la corte todos los días para poder ayudar a las unidades que están en las cortes diariamente. Estamos moviendo abogados con experiencia de nuestras unidades de anticorrupción, aquellos que se encargan de revisar casos que pueden tener cuestiones de convicción y aquellos que investigan malos actos de la policía. Pero quiero explicar bien claramente que mis prioridades no han cambiado y que quiero explicar que esto no quiere decir que estamos retractándonos de este trabajo. A lo contrario, esto es una cosa que estamos haciendo en el momento para poder proveer asistencia y sabemos que en los próximos días, semanas vamos a traer unos aproximadamente 60 abogados nuevos y ya podremos regresar nuestras operaciones a lo normal. También quiero decir que en mi oficina estamos muy comprometidos para lidiar con el control de las armas y estamos haciendo todo lo que podemos para poder parar el número de armas de fuego en la calle, sobre todo aquellas armas de fuego que le dicen armas fantasmas, que son armas que no tienen ningún tipo de identificación y que simplemente pueden ser compradas en las redes sociales y son fáciles de asemblar y están causando mucho sufrimiento en nuestra comunidad. Sabemos que el Departamento de Policía de Los Ángeles solamente ha reportado un incremento de 400% en el uso de estas armas desde el año 17 y esos reportes son muy similares a los que hemos visto por otras agencias policiales. En asociación con cuerpos de policía y miembros de la comunidad, como lo que ve aquí, estamos pidiéndole a las compañías de tarjetas de crédito como la Visa, Mastercard y American Express que paren de procesar los pagos para la compra de estas armas de fuego. Le estamos pidiendo que hagan lo que tienen que hacer para ayudar en la comunidad y que tengan una posición responsable para evitar el sufrimiento y las causas que están causando tanta muerte. A nuestras comunidades que están sufriendo por el problema de la violencia, quiero decirles claramente que estamos aquí con ustedes. Estamos comprometidos para utilizar todos los recursos a nuestro alcance para trabajar con los legisladores, la mesa de supervisores y otras agencias gubernamentales para poder reducir esta violencia y esta crisis que tenemos de salud en nuestra comunidad. With that, I'll open it up for maybe a couple of questions in English and a couple of questions in Spanish. Yes.
Mr. Attorney, you talked about the rapid increase in crime in communities really across the region, and also the LAPD reporting some 400% increase in ghost guns since 2017.
Right.
But what do you say to critics who are saying these cases aren't being prosecuted fully? These are repeat offenders coming back out on the streets, committing the same crime, and adding to that cycle.
Yeah, that's exactly the false narrative that we continue to face. If you look at our filing rates for violent crimes, it's exactly the same as it was before I came in the office, with one exception. When it comes to sex-related crimes, actually our filing rate has increased. Also, what a lot of those people that put that narrative out there don't tell you, it's not only our filing rates are the same, and we're doing a tremendous amount of work intervening and providing other services that were not being provided before to stop the cycle of violence. But they won't tell you that actually communities that are being run by individuals that continue to have the same talk that we have heard for the last 30 years are having larger increases in crimes. They also don't tell you that some of those people that are repeat offenders that are coming out because of structural issues that have nothing to do with my office. So for instance, if you commit a crime in LA County today, under the court's bail policy, you're given a bail or you're released without bail. Until May 1st, after we worked really hard with the courts to go back to normalcy, people were being cited back, sometimes as late as 4 months out. Those folks were never coming in front of my office. They were reoffending, they were getting released again, and they were continuing to commit crimes. We have worked really hard with the courts to shorten the citeback time back to the 21 days. We have also made adjustments, and while I am against money bail, because I don't believe that money bail works. In fact, if it worked, we didn't have some of the people that are bailing out. As a gentleman that bailed out 4 different times, posted approximately a $500,000 bail collectively, and then committed a murder and a follow-home robbery. We need to be able to hold people back that are dangerous, regardless of whether they have money or not. And we need to be able to let people go that are not dangerous and be able to come back and face the day in court. There's also a lot of talk or misinformation given about the zero bail policy being my policy. That is completely incorrect. The zero bail policy was a policy established by the California courts during the COVID crisis in order to reduce the number of people in county jails and stop the spread of COVID. So while I am against cash bail, because I don't think that how much money you have in your bank account should determine whether you get out of jail or not, because it doesn't make us any safer. In fact, we have local evidence to the contrary. I'm very much in favor and working towards being able to have preventative detention. However, I know that our courts aren't ready for that here yet, so we have made some minor tweaks to our bail policy to ensure that in those rare cases where we have people that are reoffending and that are out on bail or on release on their own recognizance, that police agencies can seek a reevaluation of bail or bail enhancement, and that we will support that. And that was a process that we started by telling agencies several months ago to seek a bail reevaluation, and we want to make sure that we support that. And again, it's not a rollback of our policies when it comes to bail. To the contrary, it's just acknowledging that we currently in this county do not have the pretrial services that we should have, and that we have, to your point, a small number of people that continue to reoffend and harm our community. And whether they have money or not is irrelevant. We want to make sure they stay back. Let me take on this side here. Yes, sir.
Fiscal, habló usted de implementar el control de armas. Si nos puede explicar cómo se debe hacer esto o cómo planea usted crear conciencia para controlar las armas, la venta de armas, como el caso de Búfalo de 18 años de edad, rifle de asalto.
Precisamente una de las cosas que estoy tratando de exhortar a nuestros líderes es de que tenemos que tener la fortitud de implementar políticas sobre el control de armas que sea razonable, donde primero que nada armas que son completamente para usos militares no estén a la disposición de la comunidad. También de controlar el asunto de cómo se pueden vender armas de fuego y a quién se le deben vender, y poder tener un sistema claramente que cheque los antecedentes de una persona, que vea la edad de la persona, que vea si la persona tiene problemas mentales o otros, y que aquellos que no deben tener armas de fuego porque tienen otros problemas, que no puedan tener armas de fuego. Al mismo tiempo, con las armas ilegales, como las armas fantasmas, sabemos que la mayoría de las compras de esas armas están siendo a través de las redes y son pagadas con tarjetas de crédito, y estamos pidiéndole agresivamente a las compañías de crédito que paren de procesar esos pagos. Yes, ma'am. And I'll get you on the back, James.
Two questions, if I may. With regard to the idea of elected officials and the steps they need to take to prevent mass shootings, in your opinion, you, sir, are an elected official. What are you personally going to do? And with regard to gun laws and the need for changes, some would question, even some in your office, how about prosecuting existing gun laws?
So we are prosecuting existing gun laws. Okay, but let me go back. You're absolutely right. I am an elected official, and that is the reason why I'm standing here with you. That is the reason why we established our Community Violence Reduction Unit. That is the reason why I work with community and other law enforcement agencies to ask credit card companies to stop processing payments for ghost guns. And that is why we're aggressively looking at interventions that are going to work and reduce our violence in our community. What I will not do, I am not going to continue to repeat the mistakes of the last 40 years and expect to have a different result. When you look at violence in our community and you compare it to violence in other communities, some of the communities that profess to be very hard on crime, what we see is actually violence in those communities has gone higher than us per capita. As you heard from Suzanne, you have communities where actually they're quote-unquote very tough on crime, but they're very soft on guns. They actually have more incidents of gun violence than we do. But even in our own backyard, we see communities like Sacramento or Kern County that are run under a philosophy of the last 40 years, and their violence has increased at a higher rate than ours. So the question is stopping the rhetoric, addressing violence, being aggressive. As I indicated before to the other reporter, we are prosecuting violent crimes at the same rate as we were before, with one exception, and that is sexual assaults, where we have actually increased that. James?
I want to talk about the transfers you were mentioning before, about moving 60 DDAs around to help the trial courts.
Right.
You talked about pulling from JSID, where I believe you only have 10 staffers, and on top of that, we both know that the office is releasing officer-involved shooting decisions at a snail's pace compared to your predecessor. How are you going to move people from an already chronically understaffed unit and keep your police accountability promises?
Yeah, so we actually had in the last year we added 5 additional bodies to JSIG over what it had before, and we are reducing the turnaround on the time that it takes for shootings. I mean, you must remember, and I know you do, that we're working with a backlog that is 3 and 4 years old. We're taking one individual from that unit. We're also taking individuals from other units that do not have daily court operations. At the same time that we're moving very quickly, now that we have been given approval to hire 60 other people. We have a crisis at our courthouses now because for the last 18, 24 months, trials were often held back because of COVID. All that backlog is coming to head now, and what we're doing is trying to staff up to deal with the current issues in our trial units, and at the same time that we're hiring people.
One more question.
Can you comment on the doctor who was arrested for issuing the phony vaccination cards? I guess this just happened this morning, or he was charged this.
Yeah, yesterday. Absolutely disgusting. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Just recently, 1 million Americans lost their life to COVID, and here we have an unscrupulous, medical doctor giving people vaccination cards that were phony. So we have people that foreseeably could be actually getting access to facilities that they wouldn't have otherwise, and placing the rest of us at risk. And we want to make sure that we send a very clear message that not only would that not be tolerated, but we'll prosecute it aggressively. Thank you so much to all.
Protecting law enforcement, giving police the tools and technology they need, modernizing our crime labs so that we can solve crimes faster, addressing the underlying root causes of violent crime. These are among the strategies that we're employing to eliminate the violence that is taking too many of our residents' lives. Another strategy we're employing is focused on keeping deadly weapons out of the hands of the bad guys. Last summer, I signed the law that is the most comprehensive reform to our state firearms laws in over a generation, including universal background checks to keep guns from getting into the wrong hands. Today, we build on that progress by banning the sale and possession of the untraceable, privately made firearms known as ghost guns. These are unregistered guns with no serial numbers that are often made at home or assembled from kits purchased online, and they become virtually untraceable. Ghost guns are deadly weapons with horrifying implications. Last year, over 20,000 ghost guns were involved in criminal investigations nationwide, a tenfold increase from 2016. Earlier this month, law enforcement seized a self-manufactured gun in the possession of a teenager at Oak Park River Forest High School. And last week, using the expressway security cameras my administration installed, Illinois State Police arrested individuals in connection with multiple armed carjackings. Among their weapons of choice, a ghost gun. The legislation that I signed last year closed the deadly loophole that prevented people with dangerous histories like violent criminals and domestic abusers from purchasing a weapon. That was a bipartisan-backed change, and for good reason. Today, we're taking the next step by banning ghost guns. We're making it so those very same people can't legally obtain an untraceable weapon on their own, circumventing the background check that responsible gun owners all go through. Why isn't this a bipartisan-backed bill? Because now it's an election year. So the NRA gun lobby has told Republicans they can't vote for a bill like that. So they didn't. A child should not be able to build an AR-15 like they're building a toy truck.
Right.
A convicted domestic abuser should not be able to evade scrutiny by using a 3D printer to make a gun. This law will ban those ghost guns and others, and will help keep families and communities safe. Stopping the cycle of gun violence means utilizing all the tools in the toolbox, addressing poverty, disinvestment, lack of access to health care, mental health and substance use treatment. Since taking office, my administration, working with the General Assembly, has tripled the state's investments in programs to interrupt and prevent violence. We're recruiting and training a record number of new state police, building state-of-the-art labs to solve crime, and investing in the technology police need to catch the bad guys. And we're keeping illegal guns out of the hands of criminals by doing those things. In short, in an America where gun violence has become a scourge on so many neighborhoods, Illinois is taking a common sense approach to advancing public safety and justice from all directions. With that, I have the great honor of introducing the bill's sponsor in our state Senate, the great leader, Jackie Collins.
Good morning. Today, my legislation, House Bill 4383, is being signed into law to protect Illinois families from one of the deadliest public safety concerns. In this year alone, ghost guns have claimed more than 9,000 lives. Furthermore, the spike in the number of buy, build, shoot firearms puts our residents at constant increased risk of harm. For our black and brown communities who experience fatal gun violence far more than their white counterparts, this law will drive healing within the community. The attack on people of color occurring nationwide is fatiguing, disgusting, and unfounded. Our country must begin to prioritize the safety and well-being of these targeted individuals, and I am proud to lead that charge in Illinois. With this law, these easy-to-access weapons will be phased out of existence, promoting safe, legal gun ownership in every corner of the state. Ensuring all firearms have sterilization allows our police force to conduct thorough investigations when crime strikes our neighborhoods. Though President Biden has enacted a national policy to crack down on the manufacture and distribution of ghost guns, his measure does not go far enough. The national policy doesn't include individuals. This legislation closes that loophole by calling for individual possessors of unserialized firearms to have them serialized within 180 days. Without this provision, ghost guns will continue to find their way into the hands of those who seek to harm others. I worked in partnership with Representative Cam Buckner in the Illinois House and Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart, as well as Mayor Lightford, to create and pass this law, and we faced political adversity to advance this measure through the General Assembly. Now, I proudly stand with my supporting colleagues who helped Illinois achieve safer environments for its residents. This ceremony, which brings us all here today, marks a day of celebration for what has been accomplished, and it is a promise of what is to come. This is only a piece of our anti-violence efforts. Illinois continues to be an example of what leadership is supposed to look like. This is what service to our residents looks like. With this legislation, I am eager to see communities begin to rebuild. I would like to bring to the podium now my House sponsor of this legislation, Representative Cam Buckner.
Good morning. As Senator Collins said, today is a very, very special day. I want to first start off by thanking the tribal chieftain of the mighty and beloved faith community of St. Sabina, Father Mike. Thank you for always being there and for always speaking with a clear and convincing voice about what needs to be done and then rolling up your sleeves and doing it. We're all better for it. To Governor Pritzker, thank you for your unparalleled leadership in this space. And to the always fierce and passionate and principled Senator Collins, it was truly one of the great joys of my legislative careers to be the Robin to your Batman on this bill. I also want to say thank you to the advocates, the survivors, the champions, folks like GPAC, Everytown, Brady, Moms Demand Action, for your work and your tireless efforts in this fight. I also want to acknowledge Mayor Lightfoot, Superintendent Brown, and Director Kelly for being here today and for the work that you all do every day. As we continue to fight to keep Illinoisans safe, cracking down on gun violence is an essential step. Right now, unserialized, untraceable ghost guns have left a gap in the criminal law for those who wish to inflict violence and chaos on our streets. And they can and they have abused and exploited that loophole. On Sunday, a 16-year-old boy, Shondell Holliday, was fatally shot during an altercation in Millennium Park, just about 12 miles from here and in the northern part of my district. A second teenager adjacent to the incident pulled out a gun that police later determined to be a ghost gun. Governor Pritzker talked about this earlier. Several weeks ago, a teen in Oak Park brought a self-made ghost gun to school. And just last weekend, an operation that coordinated between CPD and the Illinois State Police to stop carjacking sprees found ghost guns in that effort as well. These dangerous weapons are not entering into our communities. They have entered. And they are affecting children at a young age and making all of us much less safe. This law will help prevent ghost guns from getting into the hands of the wrong people, whether they be kids, whether they be criminals who shoot up our streets and recruit our children into violent activities. Let me be crystal clear. The only people who need untraceable guns are people who are trying to evade the law. We find ourselves embroiled in a larger national debate. I think Father Mike touched on this, about common sense gun legislation and doing the things we need to do to make us all safer. The inconvenient truth is that while states around us have decided to succumb to the pressure of the gun lobby, Illinois is still standing strong. The inconvenient truth is that nationally we have not done enough. In 2011, in Tucson, Arizona, a sitting congresswoman was shot and nothing changed. In 2017, in a Washington suburb, another sitting U.S. congressperson was shot and nothing changed. We have watched countless images of young people in schools, terrorized in places where they should be nurtured, and nothing has changed. We listen to the tally of lives lost in this city every single Monday, specifically after warm weather weekends. Mass shooting after mass shooting after mass shooting, and nothing has changed. In 1981, 6 weeks apart, both the President of the United States and the Pope were shot, and nothing has changed. Despite all of that, Illinois has refused to sit back idly. We have recommitted to doubling our efforts to show others how to get it done. And today, we are getting it done. I thank Governor Pritzker once again for swiftly signing this bill into law, and I thank my colleagues in the House and the Senate for supporting it. Next up, I would like to bring to the podium the leader of the Illinois House of Representatives, our Speaker, Emmanuel Chris Welch.
Thank you, Chairman Buckner. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. What a privilege it is to be here today, standing with Governor J.B. Pritzker, Mayor Lori Lightfoot, Father Michael Pfleger, champion in this struggle for a very long time, Superintendent David Brown and Director Brendan Kelly, who have been great counsel to me in my new position as Speaker, and to the many advocates who have been fighting for this issue for a very long time. Because of all of them, we are here today to make Illinois the first state in the Midwest to ban ghost guns. We're the first, and with these people standing beside me, trust me, we won't be the last. Across the country, we know ghost guns have been a loophole for violent criminals to get their hands on weapons. But these untraceable guns also make it much harder for our law enforcement to do their jobs and to solve gun crimes. We've seen ghost guns used in shootings all across this country, in New York, Washington, Kansas, Florida, New Mexico, California, Maryland, and that's just in 2022. This is a rapidly growing threat to our communities and our safety. And Illinois is not immune, as you've just heard Chairman Buckner say. In 2019, Chicago police officers recovered 72 of these ghost guns in 2019. Last year, just 2 years later, they recovered nearly 500. Gun violence is plaguing our nation. It's tearing apart families and it's taking lives far too soon. One more innocent life lost, ladies and gentlemen, is one more too many. This is an important step forward, not backward, to keep our community safe. We don't want to go backward. We want to keep moving forward. And this is just the start of the direction that we're going to continue to move Illinois in. And I want to thank profusely Representative Cam Buckner, Senator Jackie Collins, Mayor Lori Lightfoot, Superintendent David Brown, and our State Police Director, Brendan Kelly, and all of these stakeholders for working together to make sure that this day happened. We don't get anything done by working alone. Right. We get things done building alliances and working together. We're the first, but we're certainly not the last. We're just getting started. And so I'm looking forward to the governor putting his pen on the paper today, making this ghost gun a smart crime bill that becomes law. And I want to welcome to the podium now to give us more detail on why this is such important legislation today, our Illinois State Police Director, Brendan Kelly. Director.
Thank you. Virtually every day, the Illinois State Police recovers firearms, some stolen, some used in crimes, and some with no serial number. Unserialized, privately made firearms, or PMFs, more commonly known as ghost guns. Over the years, we've seen the numbers of these privately made firearms increase. For example, in 2020, ISP Labs analyzed 62 ghost guns. That number increased to 180 in our forensic case assignments last year, and we're already at 164 in our laboratory system just this year. So we're going to double it every year at this rate. Criminals are finding it easier and cheaper to buy an unfinished firearm frame than to steal a gun or find one on the streets where the serial number has been defaced. With little work, the unfinished frame becomes a fully functioning firearm. We're talking about both pistols and AR-15s, and it's not just the guns we're finding, but extended magazines and high-capacity round magazines. These firearms are often assembled from kits that can be bought online and do not have serial numbers, sold without background checks, and easy for criminals to acquire while difficult for law enforcement to check, which is what brings us here today. Since taking office, the governor has given the direction and resources to rebuild the Illinois State Police and laid the foundation for law enforcement to pursue a better strategy for combating illegal firearms. Through stable budgeting and fixing long-standing weaknesses, we are bringing the state's firearms background check system out of the 1960s and into the 2020s, with ISP preventing over 25,000 unlawful attempts to obtain a firearm in 2020 alone. That's a record number. The legislation signed today adds another element to that strategy by making it illegal for someone to sell or possess an unserialized, unfinished frame or receiver or unserialized firearm in most cases. This includes firearms produced by three-dimensional printer. Our growing strategy includes legislation signed by Governor Pritzker requiring guns used in crimes to undergo e-trace, a search in federal databases, and shell casings to be entered in the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, as well as legislation creating gun intelligence sharing for law enforcement where ISP uses information sharing, partnerships, crime analysis, and evidence-based practices to pursue justice in firearm-related shootings, homicides, and gun trafficking. This includes using ballistic and e-trace data, DNA evidence, latent fingerprints, and firearms trading data. Along with the major investments in forensics and the rebirth of the Illinois State Police Division of Criminal Investigation, the strategy to combat illegal firearms now includes the illegal manufacturing of firearms, progressing to the timely dissemination of intelligence to investigators, investigative follow-up, and coordinated prosecution to protect public safety and to pursue justice. And with that, let me introduce Ms. Pamela Bosley. Pamela Bosley, thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm Pam Bosley, one of the founders of Purpose Over Pain. So I'm going to tell my Purpose Over Pain moms to come stand with me and Dad. Purpose Over Pain, we're a group of parents whose children's lives was taken by gun violence. And I just wanted to kind of tell you who I am. I have 3 sons, 3 amazing sons. One of my sons, Terrell Bosley, at the age of 18, he was a college student doing all the right things. At the age of 18, his life was taken by senseless gun violence on the grounds of a church, a place that should have been safe. And I will forever and forever say his name and tell his story. I have 2 other amazing sons. My middle son is Therese Bosley. He's a college grad and he's a truck driver. And I have a younger son, Trey, just graduated from SIUE last weekend, and his major is electrical engineering and his minor is math. So I said all that to say is that I have one son whose life was taken. It was ended by gun violence, and my goal is every single day to fight so that my other sons can live. And we just recently had one of our parents, her name is Sharon Purnell. Last weekend, her husband was mowing the lawn, doing landscaping, and somebody came by and shot him. He was 65 years old, and his life was taken, and his funeral was tomorrow, so we'll be there with her. Her only son 5 years ago was shot and killed, and now she has to bury her husband. So that made me think that this can happen to any of us. It's no age limit. It's happening to our young people. And that's why I mentioned my other 2 sons, because I want them to live. And I'm a mother that's standing here that's suffering from anxiety, depression. Anxiety, and I'm nervous about my other 2 sons, and I'm nervous about losing other individuals to gun violence. So I'm asking that, I just want to say thank you to the Governor JB, for your stance on gun violence, for Senator Collins and her representatives for putting together this ghost bill that can stop these untraceable guns that's flooding our community, that can flood our community, because you can take these guns and you can purchase them online and you can purchase them in the store and you can put them together and you can shoot any of us. Right. So I truly thank you, Governor, for taking the time today and signing this bill. I thank GPAC for pushing the bills and all the advocate people. And I just want to, I know that change is going to come, and every time you see me, I'm always going to mention my son's name, Terrell, because my goal is every single day is to make him happy and pray that there's no more mothers or fathers standing with us again. They have to bury their children. So next, I'm going to bring to the mic Delphine Cherry. She actually is part of Purpose Over Pain, and she had to bury 2 of her children.
Thank you, Pam. Good morning. Good morning. You have to excuse me, I'm a little hoarse. My name is Delphine Cherry. I'm a mother and I'm an advocate, and I'm a survivor of gun violence. I'm standing here today because 2 of my children, Thais and Tyler, were lost to gun violence 20 years apart. Thais was only 16, coming out of the movie theater, and she was hit by a stray bullet, and she was killed instantly. 20 years later, my son Tyler had got off work from Walmart's, going to a friend's party, and he was shot down in my driveway. This past May, Thaisa would have been 47 years old, and I can't even imagine having a child 47 years old. I don't have any grandkids from her. I don't have a son-in-law from neither one of them. The pain of losing my 2 children never goes away, but it's also a motivation. It's also a motivation for me to take action, to advocate for laws, to stop senseless and preventable gun violence that destroy too many families and communities. That's why I stand here today, and I'm proud to be a part of the overseeing of Governor Pritzker signing this bill into law banning ghost guns immediately. It requires existing ones and serializing and the traceable ones. Most important, I believe this law will save lives. Just this past weekend, we saw a 16-year-old boy tragically killed in Millennium Park. The ghost gun that was recovered from another teenager at the scene. It breaks my heart to see other mothers go through what I have to go through. I'm sending a message for them. Be strong and know that you have an entire city and community of survivor parents behind you. It is truly unbelievable that until now we have allowed anyone to buy parts and print them at home and build an untraceable weapon in 15 minutes. But that is the sad state of gun safety in much of America, where ghost guns are legal and untraceable in 38 states. Today, we say no more, Illinois. No more. While no law will stop gun violence, stopping the sale of deadly, untraceable guns will save many lives and stop many others from experiencing the pain I have to live through every day. Thank you, Governor Pritzker, Senator Collins, and Representative Buckler for campaigning for this law. Now I will bring in Chicago's Mayor, Lori Lightfoot.
Let me start and remind people the powerful testimony that you've just heard from Pam Bosley and from Delphine Cherry. And they stand in the shoes and represent many people across the city who have been victimized directly by gun violence. These mostly women mourn the loss of their children, and they are courageous fighters for peace. We can't forget them. The reporting that sometimes happens is stats and who got shot and who got killed, but behind every single one of them is a Pam Bosley, a Delphine Cherry, a Maria Pike, Millie Burgos, and others who are feeling this pain directly and carrying this weight with them. We can't forget that. And I also want to make sure that we rise up and acknowledge that we're here at St. Sabina, which is ground zero for us in the city, for consciousness about the continued fight for peace and the demand that elected officials hold themselves more accountable, the demands that we do pass laws that help in this fight, but also that we must continue to prick the consciousness of our young people who are picking up these guns and settling, oftentimes, petty disputes at the end of a barrel. This fight continues. And Father Mike said this years ago, and he said it again today, and I want to lift it up. We are burying our talent because of gun violence. This issue of ghost guns is a continued and rising threat to our safety, each and every one of us. It was a top legislative priority for me, and when I met with the Speaker and President Harmon back in December, talking about what the legislative agenda would look like, this is one of the items that I put on the top of the list, and that's why I was so grateful to partner with Senator Collins and Sheriff Dart to make sure that we created a piece of legislation, as Senator Collins said, that left no room, that closed all the loopholes, and demanded accountability for them who are ordering over the internet these kits of destruction in our city. And let me just give you a few points of what that means to us, and I'm going to invite the superintendent to also speak briefly. Last year, in 2021, the Chicago Police Department found 264 ghost guns. That was a 64% increase over the previous year. And we are on a record pace, unfortunately, again this year. And one of the young people where we found a gun at Millennium Park, a 16-year-old, think about that, also carrying a ghost gun. This is a crisis moment for us around violence in general, but also around the proliferation of these ghost guns. The New York Times has just reported today the exponential increase in the manufacture of guns in our country. Folks, we've got to wake up. The gun manufacturers are getting rich while we are burying boys and girls and elders all over this country without any consequences for the people who are part and parcel of the problem, and that's also the gun manufacturers. This is a national issue. Mayors all over the country are grappling with this, and we've got to come together at every level of government and with our trusted community partners to stand and say no more. Ghost guns, as you've heard, can be bought online. They have no serial numbers. They're easily assembled and are untraceable. This bill addresses both the assembly from the kits and those made in 3D printer parts, which is critically important. Chicago Police Department and Cook County Sheriff have both seen, as you also heard from Director Kelly, an exponential increase in the number of ghost gun recoveries, and unfortunately, we think that that number will continue to grow. So this is an important step for the state of Illinois. It's important for the state to show leadership on this issue, and we were glad to be a part of helping get to this moment. But we need national legislation to ban these guns because we're surrounded by Indiana, by Michigan, Wisconsin. We know every single year that guns are pouring across the borders from those states and endangering lives here in the city of Chicago. So we must take this moment and appreciate the work that has been done, but the work's not over. We've got to continue. And we cannot rest until we see every state step up, and particularly every state in the Midwest, so that Chicagoans can sleep a little bit easier, knowing that these dangerous weapons of mass destruction, and I think that was the right word, Father Mike, that these dangerous weapons of mass destruction are off our streets and out of the hands of children once and forever. I'm going to invite the superintendent to say a few words from his perspective and what the challenges is that all his officers are also facing. Sue.
So I'll say it again very plainly. A ghost gun is a gun. It's a gun that kills, that wounds families, grieving families. Chicago Police Department and its officers seized 11,400 guns in 2020. Over 12,000 guns seized in 2021. Both those years are record levels of gun seizures. But the subset of guns seized that's growing the most is ghost guns. A 64% increase in ghost guns seized so far this year, after a 70% increase in ghost guns seized the previous year. A ghost gun is a gun. It's the largest growing seized gun in the city of Chicago in the last 2 years. We need this legislation. Thank you, Governor Pritzker. Thank you, House Speaker. Thank you, state reps that sponsor this. This bill will save lives. Every gun seized is a life saved. That's a mother and a family that doesn't have to grieve. And it's also important to recognize our men and women in law enforcement risk everything to seize these guns. There's been a 500% increase in Chicago police officers shot at and shot these last 2 years. 500% increase. A ghost gun is a gun. And thank you all for being here and sponsoring and signing this bill, Governor. Thank you.
And our final speaker today is GPAC's Kathleen Sansis.
Good morning, everybody. I want to just take a second to thank Pam Bosley, Delphine Cherry, all the members of Purpose Over Pain, every person standing, sitting in this auditorium that has lost a loved one to gun violence. In the face of all these tragedies, your resolve to end gun violence and to fight to keep other families from feeling the pain of losing a child or a loved one is nothing short of an inspiration. My name is Kathleen Sansis, President and CEO of the Gun Violence Prevention PAC, GPAC for short. Our organization was founded in 2013 to counter the influence of the gun lobby in Springfield and pass common sense legislation to keep Illinoisans safe. We stand here today only days after multiple tragedies across our country, from a Buffalo supermarket to a church in California, a tourist attraction right here in Chicago. We must do whatever we can to stop these senseless acts of violence because they are taking away too many of our loved ones. A 16-year-old boy was the victim of a fatal shooting at Millennium Park, and an untraceable, build-it-yourself firearm, known as a ghost gun, was recovered. With Governor Pritzker's signature today, Illinois becomes the first state in the Midwest to make ghost guns illegal and make ours a safer state. Add this piece of legislation to our recent efforts to crack down on unlicensed gun dealers and block illegal gun ownership, and you have one of the most comprehensive gun violence prevention efforts in the nation, enacted here in Illinois by this governor and this General Assembly. Thank you. Thank you, Governor Pritzker, President Harmon, Senator Collins, Speaker Welch, Representative Buckner, and so many more for making Illinois a safer state. I would be remiss if I didn't call out our 200-plus statewide coalition partners, national advocates like Brady United, Everytown, Giffords, Moms Demand Action, and all the grassroots advocates who power this movement, and survivors who have experienced tremendous tragedy, yet fight the good fight every single day. And with that, I'm honored to turn it over to Governor Pritzker to save this life-saving legislation.
Shall we let the survivors up front? Yes, survivors up front. Where is Christina? Come on in, Maria. Oh, yeah. Maria.
Thank you.
Well done.
We need more pens.
It's a lot of pins. You'll make the decision who gets these. Okay, I'm going to take a few questions from members of the media.
I'll get more. Okay, thank you. I'll get some more.
Give one second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, nice to see you.
Nice seeing you, and I'm very proud. Yes.
Tina. Yes. Sure. Let me start by saying that we've made them illegal. You can't possess them either, and so that's the beginning. It's not, someone can't just take it apart and say it's not a gun. It has no serial number. It's not a gun. That's the first thing. I think the second thing is, and I'd be happy to turn it over if the superintendent's still here, if he wants to talk about how they go about removing the guns from people's possession when they discover they have them, or how they're recovering them. Is that something you'd be willing to do? Thank you.
You mind restating the question, if you don't mind? So yes, there are already guns out there. I think that's the point we've all tried to make, that a ghost gun is a gun like all the other guns. It's just a ruse to not have a serial number or a way to track and hold someone accountable to either manufacturing or buying and selling the gun. So this bill will close that ability to really hide from consequences, particularly in our courts, because it's not serialized. So this is an important piece of legislation. This is an important bill. It will save lives. It can look different, but it also can look the same. It can be really customized to look different, but many look the same as any other gun. That's why it's important to characterize it as a gun, just like other guns. It just doesn't have a serial number.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Well, it's an excellent question. Of course, this is only one piece, and I talked a little bit about this in my remarks. It's only one piece of a larger strategy to try to take guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. Obviously, our work to impose universal background checks to require people when they want to buy a gun to go through that. In addition to that, the ISP will tell you, and I know that the superintendent also would say, that we're engaged in a multi-intergovernmental effort to interdict the transport of guns across state lines illegally. We know that 60% of the guns that are involved in shootings in the city of Chicago come from out of state. They come from Indiana mainly. But go downstate and talk to people where guns are coming across from Missouri. And the mayor talked about how, other states that surround us have much more lax laws for acquiring guns. That's a real challenge for us. There's no doubt. That's why we need federal legislation. But we're doing everything that we can to try to track people who are acquiring these guns in other states, coming across state lines, and then not registering them. Yes, ma'am. Well, tell that to the people that get shot on the expressway. Someone said a gun is a gun, and it can kill. And so these are illegal guns. We've made them illegal. We've made them illegal to acquire. And we think that will have a measurable impact. Is there more that needs to be done? Of course. This is one thing, one important thing. You heard Father Flager talk about some of the other things that we've done over the last few years to make this state safer to try to get those guns off the street. There is more to do. And let me be clear. Guns aren't the only part of the problem, the gun itself. It's also the underlying challenges, poverty in our communities. Mental health treatment and substance use treatment, these are things that we have gone about significant efforts and dollars to try to build back up in our state. It was better 7 years ago, and then we had 2 years of a budget impasse that wiped out a lot of those services. We're now not only rebuilding, but actually doing better than before, and that's the direction we need to go, because you want to prevent violence before it happens. Well, one thing we're counting on certainly is for the media to make sure you're reporting on what the consequences are. But it's always true that, you know, there are a lot of laws on the books and people don't necessarily know what's legal or what the consequences are of something being illegal. Having said that, I think somebody who puts a gun together from parts that they acquire over the internet and then goes out to commit a crime knows that if they get caught, they are going to be prosecuted. They are going to be put in jail. Yes, hi. How important was Senator Collins' work in pushing this forward? Oh my goodness, well, let me just say that there's nobody who fought harder. Nobody who fought harder. You even heard the sponsor of the bill in the House, who did really good work, say he was the Robin to her Batman. I think that's a great way to describe Senator Collins. She really is the leader who made this happen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for several announcements. But before we start, I want to recognize some of the individuals who've joined us here today. I want to thank two individuals who've been true leaders in our Assembly and our Senate, championing smart gun safety laws, public safety. And I want to thank Senator Brad Hoylman, Senator Brian Kavanaugh for their leadership. Let's give them a round of applause. We have two other leaders, and we'll be talking about bills theirs today. Two other leaders who couldn't join us because they're up in the legislature. That's Amy Paulin from the Assembly, as well as Linda Rosenthal, two other champions who've been with us on this fight for a long time. But we're talking about some of their bills as well. Reverend Al Sharpton, I want to thank you for your leadership with the National Action Network, but also the call you gave to me on Saturday that said, tell the people of Buffalo that the National Action Network will cover the cost of their funerals. Kind of hit me hard, that realize, we're going to have funerals, because we're all still in shock. But thank you for having the sensitivity to understand that these people are not people of great means. It's a neighborhood, it's a hardworking, family-oriented neighborhood, but that just took a lot of stress out of their lives, and I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank Commissioner Homeland Security and Emergency Services, Jackie Bray, who's been embedded in this from the beginning. She's been extraordinary in her leadership and helping us analyze what happened in our response. So Commissioner Jackie Bray, our Commissioner of the Department of Justice Service, Criminal Justice Services, Rosanna Rosado, former Secretary of State, and we're so proud of her in that role as a real champion for doing what's right. And having our Superintendent of State Police, Kevin Bruin, I want to thank him, as well as two people who become good friends of mine, Linda Beagle-Schulman and Michael Schulman, who go to too many events where we talk about the loss of life. We also have a representative from our gun safety organization. Let me just open this up here. I want to thank all of them for being here. You'll be hearing from Rebecca in a couple of minutes. I'm going to get through this, but I wanted to show you something that was given to me. This was created by a woman refugee from Burma. It was made in Buffalo, and it says Buffalo. I mentioned this when I was with President Biden yesterday. I said, where we made up in Buffalo, combining Buffalo and love. And it was, so I wanted to just share that I'm going to keep this close to me as we get through these difficult days. We're here to talk about a crisis, but before we start, we have to have a moment of silence. We have to reflect on the beautiful lives that were lost, but also the other countless individuals who've also lost their lives to gun violence, because every life matters regardless of how it was taken away from us. So let's have a moment of silence. Thank you. The past few days have been among the most difficult in my life. The hearts of every single New Yorker are literally broken in two, especially Buffalonians. One half grieving for these families that are still bewildered. With President Biden, I had a chance to hold the 3-year-old whose father was in the store buying a cake for his birthday that day. He asked me, "Where's my daddy?" I didn't have an answer. I also met the wife of the security guard, former police officer, who was there because her husband, by his bravery, saved the life of a mother and a 14-year-old by putting himself on top of them. I saw the reunion of that widow and the 2 lives that were spared because of her husband. Those are just 2 examples of all the pain and the sorrow. I spoke about that half of the broken heart that is grieving. But the other half of that heart is filled with anger right now. Because you can't witness what happens to a community like this, or what happens to an 11-year-old in the Bronx, and not feel angry. Otherwise, you're not really human. And in the case of Buffalo, I want to be very clear about what happened. It was a case of an 18-year-old male who was radicalized, and I'm not going to sugarcoat this because there's no way to do that, who was radicalized by white supremacist and white nationalist beliefs. And he was so taken by these toxic messages, these racist philosophies that are so easily accessible on social media platforms or the genesis of which are really being talked about on cable news networks. He was so taken with this that he got into his car after surveillance and visiting the site in the past and drove 3 hours with one goal, and that was to execute black New Yorkers. That's his stated intent. It was his state. He wrote that. That was his intention. So this is white supremacy in this nation at its worst. It's infecting our society. It's infecting our nation. And now it's taken members of our family away. And we have to continue to ask the question, how many more lives need to be needlessly taken from us before we face the truth? And the truth is the most serious threat we face as a nation is from within. It's not from the Russians. It's not from people elsewhere. It's white supremacism. It's white nationalism. And it's time we confronted it head on. In the last decades, domestic terror attacks and plots have more than tripled in a decade, from about 20 in 2011 to over 73 last year alone. But the hate has not just affected our society and how people think. It's literally been weaponized. Because you can't act on the evil thoughts that have possessed your mind and the hatred that fills your heart if you don't have access to a weapon. That's the intersection of two crises right now that are unfolding in our country. The mainstreaming of hate speech, of racism, nationalism, white supremacy, and the easy access to military-style weapons and magazines. We can no longer look away, and we're not just going to call it out. We need to directly address the deadly threat that it is. And we are. Today I'm signing an executive order to establish a unit within the Office of Counterterrorism at the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, focusing exclusively on domestic terrorism, first time ever. They'll develop the best practices for law enforcement, for mental health professionals, for school officials to address the rise in homegrown extremism. And we'll make sure that they're trained to know how it occurs, where it occurs, and how to stop it. And to most directly affect this at the local level, we're going to launch a threat assessment management program. And this is going to have multidisciplinary teams in our counties across the state, and they'll identify, assess, and be prepared to deal with the threats. This coordination is critical. It does not exist now. It does not exist. That these stakeholders need to be communicating and sharing information, so guess what? They can start to connect the dots. And that's what we did after 9/11, and that's what we're going to do now. Start connecting the dots. Who heard what? Who saw something? And when you get the law enforcement and the mental health professionals, and in some cases school professionals, actually communicating about what they're seeing, we have a much better opportunity to be in the prevention business instead of just the cleanup business. That's how we need to evolve to. That's how we prevent these crimes from occurring in the first place. I'm now requiring every county in the state of New York and the city of New York to perform a comprehensive review of current strategies and policies and procedures for identifying domestic terror threats. And upon completion, they will develop a plan for confronting the racially and ethnically motivated threats and extremism. And they'll be submitted to our Office of Counterterrorism by the end of the year. We'll work with them. We'll work closely with them. And this executive order will also establish a dedicated domestic terrorism unit within our New York State Intelligence Center, focusing on monitoring social media, because everyone's saying, how was this happen? This information was out there, the footprint, the fingerprint was out there. We are going to ramp up these efforts intensely at our Intelligence Center, because there's a feeding frenzy going on in social media that hate just breeds more hate. And think about all the people who saw the live stream of the slaughter, the massacre of innocent people in a grocery store at a top store on Jefferson Avenue in Buffalo, New York. They witnessed this in real time. And individuals are using these platforms, and the suspect wanted people to see this. He created an opportunity for people to see this and share what he was doing in his manifesto. So they create platforms so they can share their demented ideas with each other in the hopes that this continues to spread, the virus spreads. And they find others who share their worldview, radicalizing more. And that is a direct threat to New Yorkers. Call it what is, but then have a plan to deal with it. So we're going to ensure that we have the best in the nation cybersecurity teams to monitor the places where radicalization occurs. We're watching you now. We know what you're up to, and we'll be coming after you. But that's only part of the problem. They often find each other because there's algorithms that are out there that elevate hateful, incendiary speech. Can you believe that? There's algorithms in place that ramp up and share this even more with higher frequency than other messages. So this incendiary content is pushed out to more people. In 2022, that's how radicalization is occurring, through the social media echo chamber. And that's why there are 10 fewer people in Buffalo, New York today. These social media platforms have to take responsibility. They must be more vigilant in monitoring the content, and they must be held accountable for favoring engagement over public safety. So today, I'm announcing a referral to the Attorney General's office to investigate the social media platforms that broadcast this horrific attack, that promote and elevate hate speech, and legitimize the replacement theory in the mind of an 18-year-old, a radicalized 18-year-old. I've already spoken to the Attorney General. In fact, she was there with me, with President Biden in Buffalo yesterday, and I thank her for her deep concern and willingness to step up and to take this on. She'll report her findings back to me, and I'll respond as necessary based on those conclusions. Because as I said, domestic terrorism is the most significant threat we face as a state and as a nation. So we're fighting back with a statewide approach, but that's not all. Because, as I mentioned, this intersection where the hateful, evil thoughts in the mind of an 18-year-old can be acted on because of access to guns and massacre people because of the color of their skin, that means something's fundamentally broken. People are wondering how you had the right to acquire a weapon in the first place when you are this individual. We have red flag laws in place to prevent exactly this situation. Red flag, what does that mean? You're waving a red flag. It means, look here, warning, warning, danger. And I traveled the state of New York with many of our partners, the advocates, who are out there every single day, every town, Moms Demand Action. We